morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Alceto. Deputy President William Ruto has promised a collection of reforms in the government should he clinch the presidential seat in the August polls. While giving a keynote speech on the United Democratic Alliance National Delegates Conference moments after he was endorsed as the party's presidential candidate, Ruto said he will start with introducing independence and integrity in key government agencies, rigorously breaking down every promise. DP Ruto said he will introduce independence and integrity at the Kenya Revenue Authority, Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
They have weaponized state institutions. They have weaponized the DCI, the EACC, the KRA to run political errands, to dismantle businesses that belong to people who do not worship them. And I want to tell them, this country will change. On our first day, we will free the DCI, the KRA from state capture. On the first day, we will appoint an accounting officer for the IG and the DCI, so that going forward, the DCI and the IG will have financial independence, and they will never again depend on the office of the president for them to discharge their responsibility.
Now, Gatuna South Member of Parliament Moses Kuria has claimed that he and other political leaders whom he did not name helped President Uhuru Kenyatta secure victory in the previous elections through dubious means. The MP, who was speaking during the United Democratic Alliance Party's NDC, faulted President Kenyatta, accusing him of sidelining Deputy President William Ruto and his allies, despite being the team that propelled him to clinch the top seat under the Jubilee coalition in 2013 and 2017. In the controversial utterances, Kuria alleged that together with others who are now allied to DP Ruto's camp, guided President Kenyatta's votes and also rigged the election in his favor. Kuria went forth to argue that the vote rich Mount Kenya region would unanimously back the DP, just the way they had rallied behind the Uhuru Ruto government in 2013. This as Jubilee Party Vice Chairperson David Murathe now wants Gatuna South MP Moses Kuria summoned by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to shed light on remarks in which he insinuated that the 2017 presidential elections were rigged. According to Murathe, Kuria should be summoned by IEBC, just like Muranga woman Representative Sabina Chege, who recently made headlines for making assertions that alluded to possible election malpractice at the previous polls. Murathe claimed that Chege's utterances were purely hypothetical compared to those made by Chama Chaka's frontman, who he says downright admitted that he and some of his allies played a role in dubiously swaying the 2017 presidential election results. And ODM leader Raila Odinga has blasted Deputy President William Ruto over claims that there could be plans to rig the August elections. According to Odinga, DP Ruto's allegations are ironical since Ruto was among those who objected to a previous bid by the NASA coalition to have a parallel tallying center during the 2017 election, an idea which Ruto is now proposing ahead of the August polls. Odinga also reassured the international community that the elections will be peaceful, as Kenyans are a peaceful people and only electoral malpractices led to violence. On his second day of the United Kingdom tour, Odinga held a discussion with the Minister for the Armed Forces James Herbie in the company of Kenya's ambassador to the United Kingdom Manoe Sipisu and several leaders who accompanied him. The discussion centered on security partnership with a view of enhancing Kenya and UK ties into the future. Odinga, who is still in London, is expected to address the international community on the Commonwealth Secretariat and the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Chatham House. And the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties has clarified that two coalitions cannot enter into an agreement to form another unless both coalitions are collapsed to form one outfit. According to Assistant Registrar of Political Parties Ali Abdullahi, the Amendment Political Parties Act 2011 is clear on the process. The clarification comes hot on the heels of a debate on the partnership that was entered between Kalonzo Musyoka-led One Kenya Alliance and Azimio coalition, which is led by ODM leader Raila Odinga. The registrar made the revelations when they appeared before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly. Meanwhile, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has proposed to have the timelines on submission of party membership list to IEBC reduced to 90 days as opposed to the current 120 days. IEBC urges that the current provisions provides for party hopping, which the Political Parties Amendment Act is seeking to cure. This is Newswire. Dennis Alceto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I hope you don't believe that Hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making his a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kanu, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Madare, presidential tour. And of course, he went to this place and he introduced himself. So one of the enemies says, hata wewe kuna jina kama yangu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
We're in the middle of the week, and what do the roads look like today? On Wednesday, looks like traffic is already starting to build up on the thicker superhighway today, and it looks like it's going to go crazy in a few minutes. But we're going to keep an eye on that and see. Everywhere else seems to just be waking up, just like Eric Latiff this morning, but we'll have a look at that in a short while and ask him what's going on. Langata Road looks really good. You can go on that without too much of an issue. Coming out of Westerns is where we see the dot of traffic on Waiyaki Way, getting out into the city. On the eastern side of things, the eastern bypass starting to clog up right at that junction of the AP Training College, and we'll likely see traffic then spill over through into Ruai. All right, keep an eye on things. Let us know what's happening where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving in the middle of the week.
SpiceFM, Nyeri. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the situation.
It's the 16th day of March 2022. How many days to the end of the month? 14?
15.
15. Inclusive.
Yeah.
15 days till we hear something new, hopefully from the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority with regards to power bills. Either this one will come from those or it will come from Kenya Power.
Neither.
Or better yet, from the man who made the promise himself, President Uhuru Kenyatta. In keeping with my promise, fellow Kenyans, the cost of electricity in your monthly bills shall drop by a further 15% going forward.
18. It should be 18.
Don't change it.
It's 18 now. They said 33%.
He changed
then
from 33.
Then they did 15
He changed
by
from 33.
January. So 33 minus 15 is 18, Abby.
He changed. When he spoke on Jamhuri Day, he said 30. The 3% drunk water.
So, okay, sour bus. 15% by the end of March.
Mm.
This March has many things, though.
Yeah.
Expressway will be finished. Okay, wait.
It will.
It will be finished by at least in the next 15 days.
Yeah.
Finished.
Yes.
Power bills will go down further.
Yes.
what will go down in power bills will go up in petrol prices.
The long rains will have started.
It will be raining. This much get us is sweet. Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Go sweet, well. City. Go sweet, Abby.
How are you, City?
Aye.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Good.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Nakuna.
How you do?
Fine, thank you.
Brother Eric, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
How are you, Eric?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
How are you, Ndu?
Fine, thank you.
You have to get personalized greetings.
Yes, sir.
How are you, wherever you're tuned in? Thank you for
you?
tuning in on SpiceFM or online, YouTube and Facebook. We are live now until 10 a.m. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll reflect a lot of the things that are happening in the world. Yesterday, UDA, National Delegates Conference, William Ruto is unveiled as the party's flag bearer. So what does that mean? So now he is the flag bearer of a different political party. Is he still a member of Jubilee? Wait, was he kicked out of Jubilee during Jubilee's NDC? Wait, is the Registrar of Political Parties aware?
Hold on.
Wait.
Is he still the deputy president?
Yeah, is he? Or is he not? Okay. Is he actually a nominated member, presidential candidate? He is not yet. Anyway, we'll discuss all those things in the next hours. Plus, also, we'll talk about very many other things that are happening. Let's quickly look at COVID-19 in numbers.
Let's do that. Let's look at global numbers. 462 million. 12,958. That's what we're looking at in terms of global numbers. Also coming home to Kenya, 27,087,910 vaccines have been made available in the country over time. 28.8% of the population has been vaccinated. I remember that we wanted to get to 30% by December last year. Getting to 30% by probably the end of the month, the beginning of April is what it looks like now. So 28.8% of the population has been vaccinated. We're looking at about, 10 million vaccines still available for use in the country. It would be interesting to know if all of those are still viable. All right, but that's what's going on with that. Let's look at the numbers. 9 new cases, positivity rate of 0.2, 1 more recorded death because of COVID. Not necessarily that it happened this month, but we're looking at reportage in the last 30 days. All right, let's look at China. Businesses are shutting down once again as the government has widened COVID lockdowns. You may be asking what's going on here. Remember, we saw that a couple of weeks ago, China had recorded the highest numbers that it did over the last 2 years. Multinational companies have halted some operations as China widens its COVID lockdowns among its biggest since the start of the pandemic. Tens of millions of people face restrictions, including the entire Jilin province and technology hub Shenzhen, as authorities report record numbers of cases. Toyota, Volkswagen, and Apple supplier Foxconn are amongst the firms affected. The lockdowns have raised concerns that crucial supply chains may be disrupted. Tuesday reported a record high of more than 5,000 cases on one day. Hasn't happened like this for some time.
In where? In Jilin.
In Jilin, yes.
Jilin is a province.
Yes.
A province of how many people? 24 million people. 5,000 cases.
5,000 new cases.
Lock down the entire population.
Absolutely. They did this when there was 540 cases last year in October. And this is talking about sporadic incidences, not just in one place. But they shut it down once again because they said, you know what, we're not doing this again.
In Shanghai, which is also another sizable population, the city of Shanghai, schools have gone back to virtual learning.
Yes.
No in-person learning. I mean, surely China. Hey.
It's the first time they've restricted an entire province to a lockdown since the days of Wuhan and Hebei. So
I like the approach to it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've proved that they can work within the confines of the lockdown. The country's economy, if you look at the numbers, the country's economy was not hit.
It wasn't adversely affected.
No. And they were able to run the country, run things as normal, even with lockdowns. Because remember, the lockdown that we saw in China was the strictest in the world. You could not leave your house. You needed groceries, it was brought to you. You left your house, something went off, and authorities would be at your door in minutes asking, hello,
Yeah,
Where are you going?
production shut down. I mean, it definitely impacted the economy.
Oh, of course it did, but still
Definitely
things continued
did.
to run.
Because there was no production, there was no export. China is a net exporter. It wasn't exporting. China wasn't producing in those days. I mean, factories had shut down. Definitely there was a big... It's just because it already is a big economy. And its system of government is different. But hey, way...
You know, it's the cumulative effect. Once China became the production unit of the planet, anything that was happening somewhere else with regards to COVID, and given the seriousness of COVID in a certain period, China was going to be affected one way or the other.
But look at the companies that are affected, specifically that are having an issue right now. So it's not necessarily the internal issues or by employees being felt, but it's the external countries who are saying, okay, so where are we going to get our supplies from? If these businesses are shutting down and people are being told, look, it's either you work from home or lock down your... So it's you shut down or you shut down. Right? But look at the Apple supplier, look at Volkswagen, look at Toyota. It's those who have external benefits who are worried, all right, like you say, huge production center. What happens then to those who are relying on these supplies for their businesses to continue? But China's not thinking about that. China's thinking within here, what we have, we're going to protect our people and our boundaries first. Those other things can come later.
I can imagine if there was actual free speech also coming out of China. Many of those employers, because they've been hit, you still continue paying people and you are not producing, you're not being productive. It had an impact on their bottom line.
For sure.
And, well, we didn't hear much about, the Chinese government offering financial assistance to those companies. I mean, there are very many companies as well. It must have had an impact.
But part of the reason also is that the system that China and Japan has when it comes to government support, the best example I can give locally is what was purposed with ICDC, where you actually have a government body whose purpose is to inject whatever is required into either commercial or industrial ventures. So it isn't like the government direct bailout of, say, KQ wanting a bailout and the government says Exchequer will put aside this amount of money. No, they have a structure where at any given point in time, there's hardly any huge project that those countries have where the government isn't in one way or the other involved.
Yes.
Yes, whether it's construction, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's commercial, yes.
Yeah, government is a shareholder. Okay. It's 18 minutes after 6, Kenya's biggest conversation. We are live streaming the show, like I said, on YouTube and Facebook. Also, our other social media handles are active. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, SpiceFM KE on Instagram. Are you online? Say hello. We'll be doing a roll call shortly after we take a look at the weather forecasts.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot progress our country forward.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, going to highs of 29 and lows of 16. Partly cloudy at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 29 and lows of 15. We'll see 12 as low in Nyeri, where it's clear this morning, going to highs of 30 today. Conditions warming up around the country. We'll see highs of 28 in Eldoret, 14 degrees and clear this morning. And in Mombasa, mostly cloudy conditions at 27, highs of 33 and lows of 26. While in Malindi, mostly clear at 26, highs of 31. Kisumu is clear at 21, highs of 31 as well and lows of 19. While in Kakamega, it's clear at 18. We'll see highs of 30 back down to lows of 18. Partly cloudy conditions in Kampala at 21, highs of 27 and lows of 19, while Dar es Salaam is partly cloudy at 28, highs of 33 and lows of 27. Looking into Johannesburg, it's cloudy at 12, highs of 19 today, while Lagos is mostly clear at 27. That'll be today's low, going to highs of 32. It's raining this morning in Kinshasa at 24. We'll see highs of 32. 10 degrees and sunny in Beijing, highs of 14 and lows of 2, going into early afternoon Wednesday, while in Paris it's cloudy at 9, highs of 20 today as the spring months beckon. We'll see lows of 8. Cloudy conditions at 9 in London, highs of 13, while in New York it's cloudy at 15. Still Tuesday night. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 17 and lows of 7.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
21 minutes.
This is Sir Harren says, good morning. Kisumu is awake, or rather we've woken up. Simon Murakana says, good morning. And McDonald Makanga says, good morning from Kabiria Kinuthia Center. Okay. Davy Ireri says, good morning specifically to CT. I like your shirt, man.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, there you go. Patrick Fikirini is also tuned in from County 001. Daniel Jamhuri says, good morning. And Machakos is tuned in as well today. Vincent Oguchu says, how are you? Slevian Okuku tuned in from Lolongo, and Robert is in Mombasa. Okuku is interesting. In my language, Okuku means chicken. Just thought I'd, drop that there.
In whose language?
Mine, Ndus.
Okuku is?
Okuku. Okuku is chicken.
Okuku.
Okuku is chicken.
Not okuku.
O.
Remember
I told you, in Igbo, it's O. Yoruba is O, mostly. That O is pronounced. If you pronounce it that way, it's another language. Coco. Stanley Gashe Stan said, good morning, Team TSR. The Mathrees are alive on the roads ahead of their scheduled countrywide strike. Apparently that's supposed to happen. We'll wait and see. From London, Ontario in Canada, Royal Karaoke is tuned in. And from Kisumu, Europe, that's where George Tor is. Good morning, Eric Ndu and CT. Washira Wilfred in Gishugu. It's been a minute. How are you? Victor, good morning from Mombasa. And Johnston watching live from Kericho. We see you all. Thanks for joining us. Karibuni.
Everybody, we are glad that you're tuned in this morning. We have the day's proverb from CT.
Proverb of the day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya.
Yes, CT.
Right.
What is the proverb?
We have moved to the country of Sudan.
Okay.
Not South Sudan, Sudan.
Okay.
Okay. Don't feed your donkey only when you need to ride it.
Don't feed your donkey only when you need to ride it. What is amazing is that the Sudanese actually feed their donkeys.
All the time.
They have donkeys.
I got that.
By the time an animal enters folklore, enters the realm of proverbs, it's not only an accepted part of their culture.
It's almost revered.
Yes, and very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't feed our donkeys.
No. See, they're supposed to just eat grass on their own.
You set them free. Mkimalizana unawaambia tuonane saa ingine. Tuonane baadaye, utarudi.
Proverb of the day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya. Teach your kids about online threats and how to stay safe online by reporting incidences of internet misuse to ke-cirt.go.ke or call 0703 042 700.
Okay, let's look at the newspaper headlines. Remember, you can get access to the paper on www.standardmedia.co.ke, or you can download the Standard e-paper app from Google Play Store or Apple App Store. What are you looking at?
Well, there were many promises that were made yesterday, so splashed along the front pages of most of the dailies today. Ruto and my promise. Above that, IEBC plots to lock out nomination losers. I guess we'll look at that later. But there are certain things that Deputy President William Ruto, he accepted, surprise, surprise, to be the United Democratic Alliance's presidential flag bearer in the August 9th polls. And he has outlined his agenda for the country. He's promised to right the wrongs of the Jubilee administration, which we are not quite sure if he's still part of or not. So, okay. The endorsement sets stage for a duel with Azimio's Raila Odinga. This is covered on page 4, 5, and 6 of the Standard. And there are certain things that he said, which was interesting to hear him say. On the first day, day one, he says, we will free the DCI. So, assuming that the DCI is, in a state of capture. We will free the DCI, we will free KRA and EACC from state capture. Number 2, we will appoint an accounting officer for the DCI to be financially independent, professionalize and digitize KRA, operationalize the judiciary fund to give the institution financial independence, and we will get rid of brokers and cartels in the agricultural sector. So he was very spirited about these promises. He says, we will investigate 7 trillion loans borrowed under Uhuru. He spoke for an hour yesterday. He said he considered Uhuru a friend, right? But went on to hit out at the Jubilee government's performance. Ruto, without mentioning Uhuru by name, said he had led a government that plunged Kenyans into debt, impoverished farmers, cracked down on legitimate business, and weaponized state institutions. We want to tell our competitors, he said, and I quote, we will do the complete opposite. Our competitors are the masters of monopolies, agents of conflict and interest, and state capture, and we must free this country and our agriculture from brokers and cartels. He said the government would ensure that every farmer accesses quality seed, subsidized fertilizer, markets, competitive prices, and government support that they can then use to feed the nation. Kenya, he said, could grow its own revenue and unshackle itself from the slavery of debt. He claimed tax revenue had stagnated because of conflict of interest and the lack of concrete plans. He also said he would create a digital platform that would collect the 60% of taxes that are not collected as VAT without fighting enterprises and destroying businesses. He said that while Uhuru had asked him to give him space to create a legacy, his rapprochement with Raila had plunged the country into a debt of up to 7 trillion since the handshake in March 2018. So he was very clear about that yesterday. He said, over the last 5 years, we've accumulated debt of 7 trillion shillings. And he can say that this started when the handshake took place. It is a tragedy that we must investigate, he said. He spoke of business people whom he said are victims of a government allegedly intent on punishing businesses that held different values, even as he called on his supporters to resist state capture.
Are you aware that if you ask paleontologists and you ask archaeologists, they'll likely tell you that the beginning of mankind began with a handshake. And if we have heavy
handshake
rains,
between who? Between what?
A handshake between Raila and Uhuru. And if it rains heavily this year,
it's rained because of Raila.
It's going to happen because of the handshake. If there's anything monumental that happens in the course of this year and even next, it'll be because of the handshake.
There's a war between Russia and Ukraine.
It's the handshake.
I'm telling you.
Oil prices rising. People are talking about Ukraine. It's the handshake.
Oh, it's handshake.
It's a handshake.
This is the be-all and end-all of everything.
It is.
Yes. He began every paragraph with our competitors and then went on to list some ideas of the government which he disapproved. He said Uhuru, Raila and their allies sabotaged the Big Four agenda because they did not want the youth to get opportunities. This is what he did say. He also talked of the Stockholm Syndrome, which was also interesting yesterday. He said he had spoken to our hearts and to all men and women of goodwill in this country. He said partners in Kenya Kwanza needed to send a strong message that they intended to work hand in hand to ensure that resources would be utilized for the benefit of the people. Interestingly enough, as he was kind of closing up, he then was very grateful to Musalia Mudavadi. And he said, I want to thank you for being an example of how Kenyans can put selfish ambition aside and come together for the good of the nation. And he saw that this was exemplified in Musalia Mudavadi, and he could not hold back, but had to, make a very, very good example of the same and thank him in the public arena.
Yes. In fact, the only way to thank someone is already when you have organized a personal handshake with the individual. This is an era of handshakes. And one handshake is always better than the other until proven otherwise.
This is a government that's trying to succeed itself. That's what we are having. We are not having succession elections. We are having a continuation. We are guaranteed that we are not having succession. It is Uhuru A or Uhuru B. Well, Uhuruto A or Uhuruto B. Uhuruto A is with Azimio. Uhuruto B is with Kenya Kwanza. Same thing, man. So one side can't really go out there and say, okay, one side says, you see, during when this side was working with us, look, who were working so slowly.
Which side?
After this side stopped working with us, we started now moving faster. Now we've even grown our economy. We've done this and the other. We've been able to deliver because the other side is not slowing us down. We have our new brothers who've helped us work faster. The other side is saying, since the other side, come on. It's the same government that is going to continue running the next.
Good political practice requires that politicians lie, backstab, are hypocritical, never say anything that actually makes a lot of sense. It's expected. But what I find particularly strange is the deafness and the blindness that our politicians, the high and mighty and the low and lowly, don't seem to understand. That when you have a compliant population such as the one we have in this country, who go about their business and try to make good out of a very, very bad situation, you ought to at least make an attempt to make their lives better. But these ones seem to think that you do that by making wild promises. Everyone comes up with a raft of promises, and yet the common mwananchi keeps plunging deeper and deeper into despair.
Hii ni mchezo tunachezewa. It has been made to be like pies and malenge. Same thing. Everybody comes in to say, the Azimio guys are saying, Kibaki left a very, very good government. We'll pick up from where Mzee Kibaki left. Ruto is saying, Kibaki left us a very good government. We'll pick up from where Kibaki. So where have we been in the last 10 years?
For the last 12 years? What's been going on?
You see, that is in keeping with good political practice. You are lying even to yourself. This government has done something that governments ought to do. They carried on with that legacy of infrastructure. And they've done a really good job of it.
But they're telling us they'll pick up from where Kibaki left.
Essentially, they're saying that you, as government, have been sitting around for the last 10 years with your fingers up your noses and you've not been doing anything. Now you want to start in August, where people left off in 2000 and what? Come on, man.
And both sides, those who are telling you we'll pick up from where Kibaki left,
thing.
are the ones who've been in government.
And the ones who are also saying they're going to pick up have also been in government.
Yes, Both sides are saying they're going to pick up.
And both sides have been in government.
27-7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Have you seen them? Am I lying?
Yes, it's a very nice outfit, I must say. Good
Thank
job.
you. Asante sana.
The compliment is well received.
Good morning and thank you. Everyone in Wasingishu was asking me, what channel is SpiceFM?
96.7. Tell them that, right?
Yes, now they know.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you.
What a beautiful studio, my friend.
I've been to other radio stations, but I've never seen anything like this.
Thank you. And it's very nice to be in a modern studio. Absolutely brilliant.
And I have to say, it's a very cool ambiance here in your radio room. Just for our listeners, I think it is below zero in this room here. Very Swiss temperatures.
A few minutes after 6:30, and we're seeing that traffic is already started to build up. Just around Pagani, though, the Thika Superhighway looks really good. I don't think we're going to see much traffic, at least for the next, few minutes or so. That's just starting to build up now. Nothing major going on here. On Mombasa Road is where we're looking at coming through from the Way Bridge, going then towards Syokimau turnoff. That's where we'll see some traffic. And then at the Mara Daima stretch, we're looking at outbound traffic, which is quite some for now, but nothing crazy. The Eastern Bypass looks like it's the busiest part of the city for now. All right, we're going to look outside of the city of Nairobi into the eastern part and then out west in a short while, but it looks like Wednesday started off right. Let's keep it just so. Then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
25
Mornings done right.
The episode
94.4
is investigating suspects linked to a 460 million shillings food supply tender to 7 prisons. I've skipped a word there. Before food supplies tender, there's the word fake. Fake food supplies tender. So is it fake food? Is it fake supplies? Or is it fake tender? You shall know shortly. The State Department of Correctional Services allegedly awarded 18 companies tenders to supply food to the Langata Women's Prison, Committee Medium Prison, Nairobi West Prison, Nairobi Remand Prison, Committee Main Prison, Committee Youth Correctional Training Center and Boston Institution, and the Nairobi Medium Prison. The supplies were never made. So fake is supplies. But the EACC has also found out that the prisons never made any such requests. So the companies were paid the money at the expense of taxpayers. So the tenders were also fake. Are we together so far? Are we together? Wow. I want you to count with me the correctional facilities. Okay? Finger number 1. Langata Women Prison, Committee Medium Prison, Nairobi West Prison, Nairobi Remand Prison, Committee Main Prison, Committee Youth Correctional Training Center and Boston Institution, Nairobi Medium Prison. How many institutions?
7.
7 institutions.
Yes.
There were 18 companies. 18 companies were paid 460 million shillings. These 7 institutions had never requested for the food to be supplied. And so the food was never supplied.
However,
investigators established that the 7 prisons aforesaid never made any request for food delivery to the 18 companies that are subject to investigations, said EACC CEO Twalib Mbarak. He said the investigations have revealed that the said 18 companies are owned by 4 persons, one of whom is a senior support staff at the State Department for Correctional Services.
Good Lord. Sorry, please.
18 companies owned by 4 people. One of them works inside. A principal accountant at the State Department received 800,000 shillings from the proprietor of Josil General Supplies, one of the firms which had received 12 million shillings for the fictitious supplies. The EACC boss says the same accountant approved a payment of 4.7 million shillings to Rain East Africa, which then immediately wired some 4 million shillings to Housing Finance Development for the purchase of a house on the accountant's behalf.
How brilliant.
Guy does 4.7 million shillings.
Buys house.
Company sends 4 million shillings.
Mortgage house.
House bought. They have filed a report to the DPP with recommendations to charge the officials at the State Department and directors of the 18 companies.
Excusez-moi.
Yes, madam.
18 companies to supply food to 7 correctional facilities.
Yes.
Said correctional facilities had not made requests for these food supplies.
Yes.
Money released to these 18 companies.
Yes.
Food not supplied.
Yes.
Houses, however, bought.
Yes.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it?
And it's not a lot of money.
No,
Just kidogo cash.
460 million.
It's just 460 million.
All right. Okay.
18 companies owned by 4 people.
For 4 people.
Those 4 people.
One of them is inside the place.
Is a principal accountant. So let's say
corrections.
Let's say principal accountant owns 4 companies. 460 million shillings. Money that you have made payment for, no delivery at all. You have 460 million shillings. You have to Clean. Yesterday we were talking about cleaning
money.
You've got to clean this money, chap. 460 million shillings. No matter what you say, even if you go to housing finance, these houses are 4 million shillings. 460 million minus 4 million. 454 million shillings. 56 million.
You still have 56.
Go buy what? Let's pick something. City, what do you want to buy?
Another house.
What I'm interested.
Buy another house. Let's say this house is
10 million.
25 million. Okay, 25 million shillings. 460 minus 25. 435.
435. Yes.
Why has this thing come?
We've removed 4 million already because of the apartment, so now we're at 431.
Okay. Pick something else.
Why
buy a big car?
How did this particular matter get into the public domain?
EACC.
Right. How did the EACC figure this out?
That's why now they'll say either the way they say either somebody
blew the whistle or there was an audit report which
somebody
went all right.
whispered something.
You know, every time there's a whisper, a quiet one, it isn't because someone is being patriotic.
No,
very rarely.
Somebody lost out on something.
Yes, somebody got greedy.
Somebody was played and said, 460 million, I didn't smell even one.
Somebody got greedy.
I tell you.
Because for this to work, you may be chief accountant, yes. But you need others to pull this off.
So you need your runners.
Yes,
you do.
You do the whole chain of people whom you need. And in these institutions. And all it requires is for you to have guaranteed that you'd give them a certain amount of money.
And then you didn't
They know the money has been paid, and yet you're dithering.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
460. And I'm just saying, give me 5. And you refuse.
No.
I'll tell.
Let me tell you the madness that gets into people's minds where money is concerned. Even if they're supposed to give 50,000, they certainly feel they should give you 20. Yeah.
And you know, in this particular case, this 460 is not going to any cost of doing business.
No.
Because there is no cost at all.
Nothing was applied.
You didn't even say, we had to remove some because of facilitation, this, that. Nothing. It went from point A to B, period.
You know, I remember being told a story by a friend of mine about the sort of scams that used to happen in the unit of government he used to work for. He said, what would happen? Whatever was supposed to have been supplied was actually brought. It was documented. Everyone saw it, was stamped, received, then it was put back in the trucks.
Yeah.
Trucks left with them again. So the same goods would come back again. Okay? Let's say you're supposed to make 4 trips. Same thing arrives 4 times.
And it's food. Senior?
Yes. Now, on the 5th attempt is when it actually lands. The other 4, nothing was supplied.
But there was stamp received.
No, but people even saw it. It was witnessed. So it arrived. At the gate, when they opened the truck to check, they say, supplied it. It entered the premise. It was seen.
CCTV cameras show.
No, it was before the advent of CCTVs. And even CCTVs can be switched off.
They can even see cameras, trucks coming in.
Yes. Everything was seen.
See, truck is not food. Truck will have to leave.
Truck has to leave. And once it leaves, it brought things. It didn't come in empty.
Indeed.
So you're not worried about it leaving. So it leaves.
Are you guys able to see then the possibility of these 2 billion shillings that we keep talking about that's lost to corruption? Because if one guy somewhere in lowly corrections, 460 million, that's one operation gone, boom. How many more of these are actually happening?
And this is where the bulk of actually this kind of corruption happens.
Yes.
The same way it is talking about food supplied. So we're talking about all these government agencies that require food supplies.
Yeah.
Prisons, NYS, military.
Schools, guys.
Voop.
Out. It's very possible. Initially, trying to grapple with that 2 billion, they say, hold on, folks.
Actually,
2 billion is a lot of money. How are we seeing this disappearing on a daily?
If you break it down into the allocation that the government gives in its budget to the ministries, then you look at what the ministries are supposed to do with that money. It becomes very easy to figure it out.
Wallahi. But then now it's really
In fact,
very...
it's little. It's a very small amount of money. Only 2 billion.
When you consider it.
Think about all the parastatals that we have. All the state departments that actually are making payments day in, day out.
And then just think of the many projects that are supposed to be carried out.
And that are not.
Yes.
All the officers that have AIC.
Even all these oversight bodies like the Ethics and Anti-Corruption, believe me, they're understaffed.
Now, when people are talking about things like you should have 1 doctor to 1,000 patients in the country, and we have 1 to 16,000, and you say we should be able to hire more, and then you see money is disappearing for things like this, it's very painful.
My point exactly. You're grappling with a situation where what is spoken to you on a daily basis that we don't have money, and yet you see money disappearing.
Yeah.
So you wonder, this money which we don't have and this one, which one is it? We don't have money to employ more doctors, more teachers. We don't. But we have money that is taken to all these other places, and and life goes on.
Like nothing happens.
You know what that means? All this money that seems to disappear, why don't you just take it and put it somewhere like employing these teachers and employing these doctors, doing things that we need, that we can see?
Because we have a big cancer. And I've said it here before. Our problem is with this huge machinery called the public service. If you look at all these people who are taken to court by EACC constantly, okay?
They're civil servants.
It's those civil servants at medium level.
Medium.
And these are the ones who are doing this. Oh, we did what? 400 million shillings has disappeared, 2 billion shillings like that. It's not even the big people. It is these ones. So it's constant. You come. You're who? You're Uhuru. You're the president. Okay, karibu. Wewe kaa pole. Tunaendelea na maisha yetu. Come. Who are you again? You're Kibaki. You guy.
Good guy.
Continue. It does not matter who is president. You come, make your noise. You will go. We will do what we do. So, president comes, we will fight corruption. We will. Yeah. You know, you don't know what's happening.
When those individuals hear that, they know the president is talking to himself.
Yeah.
Because they don't move. And you see, whatever we're referring to as corruption, it carries on unabated. In fact, one even considers it seems to be the normal business of government. The other things that government's supposed to do is by the way, every once in a while you do it so that people can, they get the impression something is being done. But the real business is what we're now talking about here.
This is it.
This is the real business.
This is what folks are getting into when you say they're reporting for duty on a daily basis. This is what they're actually going to do. These other things that you're talking about actually run policies, get things done, implement projects, etc., etc. That one is...
The reason why these things also work is that there's a clear understanding that this money must be divided.
Yeah.
Everybody must get their bit.
Everybody who's participating must get.
Yes,
and then you ask the question of those that are not reported, it's because folks have gotten their bit. That's why they're not reported. These ones that you see slip through the cracks are the ones where folks did not get their
Someone
money.
got clever.
Yes.
Someone is trying to be silly.
Yes. Yeah. And they thought that they are the ones who could do this thing on their own. Always brings a problem.
When you see all those big cars doing vroom vroom for you.
That thing you say, ho.
The new big black 4-wheel drives.
V8.
And they have those 2 strobe lights on the grills. You have so much money. I mean, so
even you're confused.
You're buying a car. So how much is this one? 25 million.
You say, let me buy a car for my car.
25 million. Can we change those seats? How much would the seats be? If we had this, it's going to be fine. 500,000. Okay, change the seats. But they're new. Change the seats.
Or you're driving to Mombasa for leisure, and then you say, this car is not moving as fast as I like.
Yeah.
Park it on the side of the road and tell the dealer.
Kuna ingine nakuja. It's too much money. And it has to go into the system very fast. 12 to 7. Good morning.
Spice up your life. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
11:07.
Remember yesterday?
Yes.
I was ranting and raving about the Standard. Was it Standard Bank?
Standard Chartered.
Standard Chartered, not Standard Media Bank.
Okay.
Standard Chartered Bank.
Right.
Yes. All right. And we're talking about what? 7.1
billion
dividends.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they're not alone here. No, they've been joined. ABSA, yes, the headline in the Business Daily that they are restarting dividends as net profit jumps. Hold your breath. 161%.
Jesus Christ.
161%.
Jesus.
Yes. Net profit 10.8 billion Kenya shillings. So,
this is net.
Yes.
Net means after they've paid tax,
they've done everything.
We are left with this one.
This is the one in my back. Ya kununua mboga. Yes. The mboga here implies people who own shares in this particular company are going to, yes. However, this is what they're going to do. The dividend for them is not going to total 7 billion. It will total 5.9 billion.
Nice.
They're going to pay out. My point that I made yesterday is the one I want to make again today. And that is, amidst all these problems and the poverty that we are seeing, the rising cost of living, it is almost, let me rephrase. It is actually immoral. If this amount of money can be made in a country such as this one, with the majority of people not on the poverty line, below the poverty line, and the numbers continuing to grow. And if sufficient effort isn't made to ensure that those who are at these levels are actually looked after, not this tokenism where speeches are made about helping the poor, steps are actually made. Yes, the handouts that you give in terms of giving money for the wazirs, we understand. Just reduce the cost of the things that people need. That's it. Reduce it. Let them be able to afford it.
So give out cheaper loans. But people are able to afford the current rates. That's why we are making money. So
you see,
so far our profit has jumped by 100 and what percent?
61.
161% jump in profit. So people are able to afford. It's
which people?
The people who've bought our product. That's why our business is doing well. It's because we are actually well priced.
Oh, you stepped on
We are meeting, our supply is meeting the demand. People are able to afford what we are selling. If we lower it, and now what are you talking about? People will still, the same people will still come and buy. It's like saying, CT, you are selling a bunch of bananas at a market on the roadside, okay? Sell them at 10 bob. People come and buy and they're standing there. Okay, unauza, in 5 hours, your whole banana thing is gone. Why would you want to lower that to 5 bob?
You see,
what would drive you to lower the cost from 10 bob to 5 bob? Yet at 10 bob, people are still buying.
My reference is to the basics that people have in the country. We're talking about unga, we're talking about cooking oil. The truth of the matter is, and the Kenya Bureau of Statistics has shown this with great clarity, what we are referring to as being afforded is people are reducing the quantities they eat, they're reducing the frequency with which they eat. Some are simply just going without food altogether. Because the same amount of money that they're getting is buying them less and less and less. This is what I'm referring to. But when a sector of the economy seems to be doing well to the point where they can support a business like a bank, so the bank can make this money, the bank is not at fault. The bank is just doing the business that they do. I'm simply pointing to this anomaly, and I'm simply pointing to this vast divide that I am seeing being created. On the one hand, we're talking about billions being developed. On the other hand, we're talking about starvation. We're talking about the number of counties who are facing drought and starvation increasing. This is what I'm referring to. This great divide concerns me. It's growing. It bothers me. That's all I'm saying.
Tomorrow, the big boys, others, will also make announcements. This is the week for banks to announce their results. So Standard Chartered yesterday, the day before yesterday, ABSA yesterday. Tomorrow, KCB, Equity and Cooperative Bank. So Friday, my friend, make sure that you have all the business papers.
Oh, I'm going to be saying the same thing that I'm saying.
Friday, have the business papers.
I'm going to be
Equity,
saying exactly.
KCB and Cooperative. A lot of money will be made. Next week, Thursday, Diamond Trust Bank.
And the NCBA?
Yo, unajua sio listed.
Yeah, it's not listed near wenyewe.
Yo, washajiambia.
They've told each other.
So, all you big boys who are doing deals with KEMSA, I don't know why you people were sleeping on the job. KEMSA is holding on to 1.5 billion shillings in dead stock. Kenya Medical Supplies Authority is staring at 1.5 billion shilling loss because of dead stock. The authority yesterday told MPs that some of the COVID-19 equipment is in its store and it cannot be sold since some of the stock had either expired or was not sellable. KEMSA Acting Chief Executive John Kabuchi yesterday revealed that expired stock are estimated at 171.9 million, while another set of stock worth 120.6 million were not sellable. Additional stock worth 1.2 billion have a short shelf life and are set to expire in the next 6 months. All right? Mr. Kabuchi made the disclosure when he appeared before the National Assembly's Health Committee yesterday. He appeared before the committee alongside KEMSA Board Chairperson Mary Mwadime. The committee met the officials to deliberate the ongoing reforms at the authority that was plagued by the corruption allegations. In a document tabled before the committee, he told MPs that the authority was still in possession of COVID-19 equipment valued at 2.6 billion shillings. And now, what are we going to do with it?
Jail all those people. What nonsense is this?
The chairperson said, to make sure that the loss is made to a minimum level, we reached out to all health facilities and the response is positive. So maybe, people will
this is nonsense.
Take up these things.
This is utter
nonsense. Perhaps,
Utter nonsense. In fact, how does somebody come and tell us such things? You are a government agency. We know what your function is. We've had problems with supplies in the country with regard to these very same things. And then you are now coming and tell us...
what are they saying exactly? I mean...
They have all these things in the warehouse.
Right.
It's totaling about 1.5 billion shillings.
Right.
They cannot sell them because some of them have expired and they're sitting there.
Right.
And others have a short shelf life, so they can't even supply them to others. So
because they'll have expired by the time they're getting to the hospital.
By the time they're getting to the...
they'll expire on the road as they're being
through
delivered.
the process, etc., etc.
So
they will not be able to...
This is dead and buried stock.
Essentially, they're telling you, don't come and ask us tomorrow. We are telling you
There's
now.
1.8 billion shillings.
1.5 billion shillings worth of stock with us. We cannot sell it.
So how did it end up like this? Is it...
There was no uptake.
What?
Of the stuff that they
What?
needed.
What? Look, if remember what we were discussing earlier on about the supply to these government correctional institutions, okay? This is one other way of cleaning money. If you are told there's 1.5 billion, 2.5 billion worth of dead stock.
You're basically told. You're basically saying we can't really do anything with this, so don't blame us.
And we already paid the suppliers.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. We bought the stuff already. We've paid the suppliers, so don't come and tell us tomorrow that we can either return No, we can't. We've paid, but it's not going to be used.
Not only that, my friend. How do we know it is worth 1.5 billion?
How do you know there's a warehouse where these things exist?
You'll see the paperwork.
No. How do you know that the warehouse exists?
I'll happily see.
It's okay. How do you know those things actually exist? You don't know.
You know why
we have to incinerate them very fast.
Yes. You know I'm raising my voice and saying this is nonsense. We cannot have had a problem with supplies of these very same things in the country for the longest time. And you're telling us that you, the principal supplier of these things to government hospitals, have been sitting on these things to the point where they expire.
Now you're saying that they're scrambling, they're talking to county governments, they're talking to private hospitals.
They're saying we are sitting on them because the people who should be buying from us have not come to buy.
Yes.
Now we can't force them to buy. We can't force.
We have it. We were planning. We were ready.
We can't force Manchakos to buy.
Nonsense.
We can't force.
We can't come out with a truck at Machakos chikeni bwana.
This is nonsense.
Tuko na Sipladon hapa chukweni.
It is likely that the reason why those things have been in the stores and they are dead, they arrived here dead. Okay?
Or they didn't arrive.
Arrive at all. This is one huge game. Arrest all these people, take them to jail, and then begin the investigations. This is nonsense. This is utter nonsense.
I can see your brow furrowing.
But with good reason.
Give him that one big. Give him a 1,000 mg Cipladon. He has water with him there.
It will sort it.
Let it dissolve. City in the next 5 seconds, 15 seconds. It dissolves nicely. You take. Cipladon will sort out. You have a headache.
This pain that you're feeling this morning. The
unauma na kichwa.
Inauma lakini.
Kichwa inauma.
Gongo inauma.
Gongo
In this
inauma.
case, ni roho ndio inauma.
Roho
Unaona sasa
inauma.
Cipladon inaweza sort hizo vitu zote. Dump
Pain-
it in
pain
water
iko hapa, sio
twice
hapa.
as fast. Twice as fast, City.
1,000 mgs, we put it there for you. In fact, let's do that as we hear Aseto in the news. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Let's sort City out with some Cipladon. We'll be back shortly. Good morning, it's 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Deputy President William Ruto has promised a collection of reforms in the government should he clinch the presidential seat in the August polls. While giving a keynote speech at the United Democratic Alliance National Delegates Conference moments after he was endorsed as the party's presidential candidate, Ruto said he will start with introducing independence and integrity in key government agencies, rigorously speaking down every promise. DP Ruto said he will introduce independence and integrity at the Kenya Revenue Authority, Directorate of Criminal Investigations, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
They have weaponized state institutions. They have weaponized the DCI, the EACC, the KRA to run political errands. And I want to tell them, this country will change. On our first day, we will free the DCI, the KRA from state capture. On the first day, we will appoint an accounting officer for the IG and the DCI so that going forward, the DCI and the IG will have financial independence and they will never again depend on the office of the president for them to discharge their responsibility.
Gatunda South Member of Parliament Moses Kuria has claimed that he and other political leaders whom he did not name helped President Uhuru Kenyatta secure victory in the previous elections through dubious means. The MP was speaking during the United Democratic Alliance Party NDC, faulted President Kenyatta, accusing him of sidelining Deputy President William Ruto and his allies, despite being the team that propelled him to clinch the top seat under the Jubilee coalition in 2013 and 2017. In the controversial utterances, Kuria alleged that together with others who are now allied to DP Ruto's camp, guarded President Kenyatta's votes and also rigged the election in his favor. Meanwhile, Jubilee Party Vice Chairperson David Murathe now wants Gatunda South MP Moses Kuria summoned by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to shed light on remarks which insinuated that the 2017 presidential election were rigged. According to Murathe, Kuria should be summoned by IEBC, just like Muranga women rep Sabina Shege, who recently made headlines for making assertions that alluded to possible election malpractice at the previous polls.
He should go to the IBC together with the ones he called them out by name and he explained how they rigged, because we are not aware of any rigging that took place. We executed fantastic campaign. We came out with 54%. ODM had 46%. But if he has any evidence that we rigged or that they rigged or that there was rigging, he should be in jail.
He was speaking during an interview at Citizen TV now. ODM leader Raila Odinga has blasted Deputy President William Ruto over claims that there could be plans to rig the August elections. According to Odinga, DP Ruto's allegations are ironical since Ruto was among those who objected to a previous bid by the NASA coalition to have a parallel tallying center during the 2017 election, an idea which Ruto is now proposing ahead of the August polls.
But Deputy President is being very economical with the truth. Last elections, when we demanded we will be allowed to set up a parallel tallying center, he is himself on record saying on the actually 25th of March 2017 that would be unconstitutional to have a parallel tallying center. Now he's saying that he's going to set up a parallel tallying center. So he is basically living in contradictions.
Odinga also reassured the international community that the elections will be peaceful as Kenyans are a peaceful people and only electoral malpractices led to violence. On his second day of the United Kingdom tour, Odinga held a discussion with the Minister for Armed Forces James Hepi in the company of Kenya's ambassador to United Kingdom Manoa Sipisu and several leaders who accompanied him. The discussion centered on security partnership with the view of enhancing Kenya and UK ties into the future. Odinga, who is still in London, is expected to address the international International Community at the Commonwealth Secretariat and the Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House. Now, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties has clarified two coalitions cannot enter into an agreement to form another unless both coalitions are collapsed to form one unit. According to Assistant Registrar of Political Parties Ali Abdullahi, the amended Political Parties Act 2011 is clear on the process. The clarification comes hot on the heels of a debate on the partnership that was entered between Kalonzo Musyoka-led One Kenya Alliance and Azimio la Umoja coalition, which is led by ODM leader Raila Odinga. The registrar made the revelations when they appeared before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM.
Coming out of
Nakuru.
Westlands, where we see some action today, and it's already picked up on the Thika Superhighway as well, going out past the Utali Drift, and we're seeing some pickup, and also around that Allsops Junction. Kiambu Road, in and outbound, we're looking at, but probably it's just inbound, and we're looking at more than one lane, so that's why it looks like in and outbound traffic, but it's all inbound traffic on Langata Road today, also drip here and there, going towards Raila Odinga Way on the hangout towards Uhuru Highway as well. We'll see a pickup of the same. Jogo Road, some traffic here as well, getting into the city, coming out of Westlands. Things are looking like they will be jam-packed in about an hour or so, but right now it's still good timing to be out. We're looking at the Eastern Bypass and traffic just going all the way out towards Ruai, joining with Kangundo Road, and then coming in the other direction, then joining Outer Ring. So it's picking up, guys, but nothing too crazy. How about we keep it that way and you let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods? Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the
It is 7 minutes
Situation
after 7.
Room,
Kenya's
the
biggest
only way to
conversation
start your
continues into the second hour on the 16th day of March 2021.
No,
Thank you.
let's try 22 even.
Bus. Okay.
Yeah.
If you insist.
It's
Bus.
our bus.
Okay, Basi. Stephen Muthui says he's tuned in as usual from Kahuroko, Ngobit Ward, Laikipia County. Have you heard of Ngobit Ward? Ngobit.
No.
Ngobit Ward.
Mm-mm.
In Laikipia.
I've never heard of Ngobit, but now I know there's Ngobit.
There's a Ngobit Ward.
I've heard of Ngoliba, which is on the way to Yatta.
Ngoliba is just here, right?
It's around the corner.
Yeah. Just after
Ngobit
Thika there.
is there in Laikipia, in Kahuroko. The people of Kahuroko, this one, Stephen Mudui himself, I'm sure does not call it Ngobit. Govet.
The B is a V, yeah?
Govet.
Could be COVID.
It's in Govet.
Proverb of the day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya.
So we are in Sudan today.
Yes, indeed, we are in the Sudan. You know, it's interesting about Sudan in that the language that is actually spoken in Sudan, I'm not referring to Southern Sudan. Sudan is something that is best referred to as Sudanese Arabic. Yes. And for the longest time, it's a language that was even spoken in Southern Sudan. So there are many people.
So Sudanese Arabic is different from the other Arabic?
Not quite. It's not quite Arabic.
Very similar, but there are significant differences.
Call it a dialect of Arabic. It's Arabic modified to suit the Sudanese tongue. Okay? Yes. Now, let me say, there's an Afro taste to it, an Afro twist to it that gives it the unique flavor and the unique tinge. So, Sudanese proverb. Don't feed your donkey only when you need to ride it.
Don't feed your donkey only when you need to ride it.
One could argue, don't ride your donkey only when you need to feed it.
So make sure your donkey is well fed.
It is important that your donkey is well fed because this donkey does a lot for you.
Yes.
It's a beast of burden, as they call it. Does some heavy lifting for you, literally, including you. It also helps in, should we say, the day-to-day management of your affairs. Yes.
In Kenya, as we were talking about donkeys the other day here, you think about it, people just take donkeys for granted, even those that really rely on the donkey.
They do.
You get your donkey, you put it to use, afterwards you untie it and you let it loose. Donkey goes to feed, to play in the sand, it comes home. What it has eaten, whether it has had water, whether it's had sufficient diet. Yet, when you're doing all those things, you have a cow. Man, you woke up in the morning, you have to go and look for the feed for the cow. You have to make sure that the cow has salt or whatever minerals it needs. You're calling the vet to come and check on the cow. Donkey.
If you need to bring hay or whatever nutrients the cow needs, this very same donkey.
You use the donkey to go and bring hay for the cow.
But the donkey doesn't get the feeding.
Imagine. Oh, yeah, donkey.
Proverb of the Day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya. Teach your kids about online threats and how to stay safe online by reporting incidences of internet misuse to ke-cirt.go.ke or call 0703 042 700. Mawasiliano kwetu.
So, there's an interesting story on page 9 of the Standard today. There's some petitioners, 3 Kisumu residents, who want the Electoral Commission not to clear retired state officers to vie in the August 9th general election. Retired state officers. The 3 petitioners, Colonel Otieno Onyango, Alan Peter, Alaro Peter, and Ali Sule, are voters in Kisumu Central, Rarieda, and Kisumu East, respectively. In their petition, they say the Constitution states that a retired state officer who is receiving pension from public funds shall not hold more than 2 concurrent remunerative positions as chairperson, as a director of a company owned or controlled by the state or state organ. The article further states that a retired state officer shall not receive remuneration from public funds other than a pension or 1 remunerative position in a state-owned company or organ. So they're saying, you have retired, you're receiving pension. If we elect you into office, you'll be earning a salary. It'll be going contrary to the law. The law says not 2 remunerative.
Yeah, but can't they get elected and then ask the pension fund to stop paying them? I'm just asking.
Pension is for life.
Now, unless...
For the rest of your life.
It is.
Yes.
And it comes after you've retired.
After you've retired.
Yes.
And retirement is after attaining a certain age.
But also, consider, for instance...
Or voluntary retirement.
Yes. You're calling it an earning, but it is dividends from a saving. It isn't like a salary. A salary is something you work for. This one, the benefits of what you accrued over time coming to you.
But when you're a state officer, remember when you had the SRC person here?
Yes.
You're a state officer. It's not the contributory scheme. It is pension.
I understand.
When you work in government, it's not what you are contributing. It is pension.
I understand. Even if it is pension, I am saying the interpretation of that particular clause is something I would need to understand further. Because are they equating it to a salary?
That's what the law says. If you are a state officer and you're receiving pension, you shall not receive another remunerative, you shall not hold a concurrent remunerative position in government. It's basically to make sure...
In government?
Yes.
But when you're a member of parliament, you're not in government.
You're a state officer.
State officer.
My goodness, they've really made this one tight.
But you're getting money from a state organ, from public funds.
Yeah, but you see, you know where I'm going with my argument is this, It's discriminatory.
Why?
To whom?
To the person who would like to vie for this particular seat.
I think we're looking at a state that you have attained. And you're saying that if you have retired, there's a certain age that you have reached.
Discriminatory.
Why it has been prescribed.
You know, City is feeling directly
affected by this. We understand, City, and we raise you some sympathy and empathy at this point. But it is a state that you have acquired, and it has been agreed across board that
by whom?
We're looking at retirement age in this country as what? It's been set. It's been set. It has been agreed upon that you will work until a certain age, right? At some point it was extended, etc., but by and large was agreed upon. So I think more than it being an earning point, it's that you have worked until this time, you have retired. So now you're basically saying we're going to come against everything else that we have said before, allow you back into an earning position, and then if we're going to do that, then you will remove this pension element.
How then would the courts rule this? Because this is a provision of the Constitution.
It is.
The right to vie for an election is also a provision of the Constitution.
It is.
So can the courts call one part unconstitutional?
I don't know.
This part of the Constitution is unconstitutional.
Interpretation is important because, in all honesty, it's like you're prescribing what somebody can and cannot do.
The only reason you can earn a pension is because you've retired. And then
you worked for
X amount of years
and
for
the public is now giving back to you by saying, thank you very much
for your years of service.
We continue supporting you
then
in
now
your
you
old
want
age.
to come back into a working position. My friend, choose one. Choose one. You can't get both.
But does it allow you to choose one?
Because pension demarcates that you have worked for a particular amount of time.
Does that allow you to choose one? It doesn't.
It has chosen for you.
Yes.
So remain in the pension, my friend.
It's discriminatory.
Remain earning the pension and say thank you for the time
that
you
this
have
government
worked. Let
pension
somebody
you
else
speak
do
of.
it.
You know, people talk about as though it's some money that is
some big money like that 460 million.
It is. It's money that if it lands in your account, just the bank charges alone can clear it.
It just does.
It enters, bank charges, clears it. So you look and you say, okay.
This is going to be a very interesting one, though. This one is going to be a landmark one.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's like, I see what you're saying, City. It's discriminatory. It's saying that because I have retired and I'm getting a pension, I cannot then
do anything
be
else.
Elected.
Yeah, I can't.
What you can say, yes, you cannot be appointed into be a commissioner.
Yes.
You can't be appointed, but
people still get appointed.
But people can
even when they've
you.
retired. Yes, they do.
We saw things like Moody Awori, for example.
Ambassador Mudhaura is chairman of KRA.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm telling you, people get appointed. So it's not as though.
And they've started earning this pension, Abi.
All these generals that we've had serving.
See, they're retired.
They're retired. Kianga, Kibwana.
Yeah, just go on with the list.
All of them.
Yes. The moment you hear general.
They're chairman somewhere.
Yes. The moment you hear general.
These residents.
And they're in some position. They are retired.
However, these residents are saying, it's okay, thank you. You've retired, it's okay. Come and go and sit down. Let somebody else take up that position. So they say, you've retired.
You see,
you're earning a pension.
It's not just discriminatory against the person who wants to probably vie for this seat. It's discriminatory against the voter. Because you're telling the voter that you are diminishing the options that they have for electing the person they may want.
Right.
And you're telling them you can only elect this sort of person. What if this is the person that the voter wants?
Indeed.
That one is going to be a very tight one.
It'll be interesting.
This one, let's wait and see. The other bit of the story is on page 8. So, you know, we have the Elections Amendment Bill before Parliament, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The IEBC has been asked, okay, so you people, what do you think? And they have said what they think. MPs are considering a fresh proposal to block losers in party primaries from running as independent candidates. I will repeat. MPs are considering a fresh proposal to block losers in party primaries from running as independent candidates. The IEBC argues that aspirants who are defeated in nominations should be barred from resigning from their parties, just the same way party hoppers has been outlawed. Consequently, the Commission, in its memorandum on the Elections Amendment Bill, is suggesting adjustment to the electoral timelines to eliminate the 10-day window that allows party nomination losers to register as independent candidates. The Commission made the submission when it appeared before the National Assembly's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee that is considering this bill, which among others seeks to introduce manual voter identification and result transmission as complementary mechanism. This is what they said. We want to adjust the timeline that requires political parties to submit their membership lists within 120 days to the general election. We want that deadline to be May 9th instead, according to the IEBC Director of Legal Services, Crispin Owiye. In this respect, the party and the independent candidates would be cleared at the same time. The Commission argues the proposal is meant to ensure equality in application of nomination timelines. The way you deny a person from hopping from party A to party B is the same way you should deny a candidate from hopping from a party to an independent. The proposal threatens to attract substantial opposition and trigger a major political battle on the floor of the National Assembly. Of course, you can see that coming. Mandera West MP Ednah Yusuf backed this proposal, arguing it would ensure equal application of the law. He said it would only be fair that losers in nominations are not allowed to jump ship. Period for party hopping or to run as independent candidates should be uniform. But Kisumu West MP Olago Aluoch expresses opposition, arguing that some aspirants jump ship due to unfair nominations by political parties. Within the Political Parties Act, that window exists. It should not be about the question of parties being hot at the nominations. It should be about fidelity of the parties to members. What should the aspirants do if the party is not fair in its nomination, he posed. Aluoch says he's been a victim of manipulated party primaries. In 2013, he moved from ODM to Ford Kenya after he was denied the ODM ticket for a parliamentary seat. He won against the ODM candidate in the election.
He did.
So this one is interesting. First of all, the law is very clear. Don't party hop. Okay? You don't jump because you've lost a nomination here in PNU, you jump and get a chama cha kazi certificate, nomination certificate. That one was removed. But then the MPs cleared for themselves like a window. I don't need to jump from the place I've lost to a new party. I can be an independent candidate.
Quickly.
So I lose in the nomination, I go as an independent, I come back, I win. Now IEBC is saying, but this is discriminatory. Same word, city.
Against who?
Let's apply the law uniformly. If we are saying that you cannot jump from party to party,
you should not be able to jump from party to
the whole thing of jumping is if you went to a nomination, you subscribed to the party laws, you subscribed to the party regulations, and you agreed to subject yourself to the party sieving process. If you have dispute with that, take it through the mechanism of the party to the Political Party Dispute Tribunal.
So they're saying the same principle applies. If you're jumping from party to party, if you jump then from party to independent.
It's like you're jumping from party to independent party.
Right. So they're trying to say let's level the playing field. If you lost at the primaries, leave it at that. Leave it at that. Accept defeat and let's move.
If only they were not talking about politics. In politics, people never lose. There's always somebody who has caused that loss.
And isn't that a proven point? Because then you go as an independent and then you win. So your point has been proven, you see? Had things worked out properly at the party level, I would have been selected. But something went wrong.
Not even as independent. Before even we had independence, people just moved to other parties.
Yep. Yeah, and then they win on the party that they chose.
And those numbers have been increasing. Now, what has made it even possible for this to happen with the minimum acrimony is that party of yours simply needs to align itself and be part of the coalition that probably has the bigger party that rejected you. So within your region, it isn't felt as though you've moved to an alien party. You're still within the family.
Within the family when you're independent?
Independent, yes, but I'm saying with these new coalitions that we have and the laws governing the movement that people have, all you need to do is to be in a party that is part of that particular coalition. And so it isn't seen as though you are alien to the interests of that particular party.
Which is okay.
Yes.
You see, if from the very beginning you decide, I am going into this election on this party, okay? Let's give an example. In 2017, Laikipia Governor Nderitu Mureithi was in Jubilee, went through the primaries, lost in the primaries, left, went as an independent. He won. This time, taking no chances, he's in PNU. Okay. This Jubilee, he's in PNU. Okay? So far, he does not have a challenger for the gubernatorial ticket for PNU in Laikipia. Nakuru's Lee Kinyanjui has his own party.
Yes.
In Machakos, the new entrant, Zio Kawaita, has his own party. So you're going there knowing, this one I've secured it, it's in my pocket. I am the nominee.
I am the nominee for
I
my
am
party.
the nominee for this
no
party.
Chances.
There are no chances.
Let's duke it out in front.
You have done, there you've done your calculations, which is okay. Instead of saying, I will go with ODM, which is a strong party in this region, which I know if I win the nomination, I have a leg up, right? Then you go and you lose in the nominations. And you start saying, oh, you know, I was robbed of, I want to jump from ODM now, I'm disgruntled. If you agree to subject yourself to the ODM nomination process, stick it out.
Actually, there is value in submitting yourself to the dictates of a party at the nomination level. And there's even greater value in you losing. Because you'll have then demonstrated that you are not against the party. Your supporters cannot accept that you actually lost. And so your supporters will urge you to look for another party in which you can now represent them. Many people who understand the politics of the day would rather subject themselves to a political battle at the nomination, lose. In fact, if you could, engineer so that you lose. Because then, you will, apart from just the votes that you thought you could get, there'll be sympathy votes. You see, the optics of politics are very strange. When I say strange, parties have their favorites. And the favorites are not always the favorites of the people. No, not always. And that is why we see this thing playing out where someone doesn't quite get at the nomination on a certain on a particular party and they move elsewhere and they get elected. It tells you the people wanted to elect this particular individual. Okay? So if you are in a tight race and it is clear that this particular region, the party is likely to favor certain individuals, it in my view, it would be best you subject yourself to that political party's nomination, lose, and then say, I support the party, but clearly you can all see I was rigged out. Okay? Usually who can actually see
now,
who can actually know?
Now, the proposal by IEBC, and that's why I want to ask you, CT, do you agree with it or not? The IEBC is saying,
Before you finish, I don't agree with them. I don't agree.
If you subject yourself to a nomination,
I don't agree.
By a party, you lose.
I don't agree.
Go home.
No, I don't agree with them at all. At all.
Don't allow people. If we all agree that we shall block party hopping, unless we say that let's reopen party hopping. But if we all agree that we shall not allow party hopping, then we should not allow hopping of any kind.
Let people hop.
Don't hop from party to party, from party to grass. Don't hop.
Let people hop. That's my view. Allow them to hop.
Should they not?
I don't know, man. I don't think. Look, I think the thing is accepting defeat is a really big issue here.
Yes.
For a lot of folks, accepting the defeat and saying, okay, look, I lost. Let me just let it go and move on. The thing is, for a lot of people, they feel that it's not representing the will of the people.
For a lot of the losers.
Yeah. Because what have we seen, Eric? Is that we see people have moved either to another entity or they've moved historically or have moved to the independent.
Yes.
And then they win.
Yes.
Why?
We only have
Why do they win?
We only have 14 independent MPs in the National Assembly. Okay?
So the majority of the people
Those
who are
are not
selected,
the only independent candidates countrywide.
Sure.
Those are not the only people who had gone through a party primary and lost at the party primary and went to become independents. We could actually say that many of the people who lost in the primaries went to become independents, lost.
Yes. Or that if we're saying that only 14, that we're saying that the majority of those who are positioned at the primaries won.
Yes.
Actually, let's widen the discussion. I would like to look at what is considered a dominant party in a region. Then I would like to look at the elected leaders who are not elected on that party ticket and then add them to the independents. Why I'm saying this is because there will still be a minority compared to those who are in the party in some regions. In some regions, my friend, the independence of the voter is so diversified, you can actually see this place, people vote for the individual, not necessarily the party. But that freedom that we speak of in enabling people to actually have the choice to determine who it is they want to elect, I think it goes beyond just electing. It also goes beyond to the point where the individual must also be given an opportunity to have a second chance. That's really what it is. If our party primaries are not fraught with the sort of issues that they are fraught with, my friend, party nominations are a sham by and large. A huge sham.
Yes. Now, CT, the person who's going into politics knows this. He's a politician. They know this. They know the party primaries are a sham. They will try to play the game with the party primaries. They will lose that game. It's not that they're going to the party primaries, all saintly and saying, you know what, I'm going to play it clean. I know my competitors are trying to buy. Everybody is trying to buy the ticket.
Yes.
You lose in that game of buying a ticket. Go home.
Eric.
Those that go to an election, you see, for example, there's PDP, right? You told us about your former MP.
No, still my MP.
Still your MP. But right,
PDP first time, second time ODM. Yes.
First time went as PDP. From the very beginning, did not contest under ODM primaries.
It's right.
But before the nominations, was in PDP.
No, before the nominations, actually, he wasn't in. You see what happened to this gentleman?
By that time, the law had already barred party hopping.
Yes.
So he wasn't allowed to hop from ODM to PDP. It was clear.
ODM had their candidate and he knew he didn't have a chance.
Yes. So he went to beat PDP.
Yes, he did.
Went to the people under PDP. People elected him.
Yes.
See, this is somebody who had already looked, had seen the game, had decided this is what I want to do. I'm going to go with the people. Okay? Did not subject the people of ODM through this whole games and harassment of asking for their vote. He went straight to the people and said, I want to be your MP. People elected him. Next time, ODM saw, this is a strong candidate. ODM approached this person. Join us, leave PDP, you come.
Eric, it doesn't work that way.
No, let's
go with that narrative. All right, let's go with the narrative.
Yeah.
Strong candidate, ODM tells him, come.
You come.
All right, fine.
Or let's say he approached ODM and said,
let's go with that first narrative.
I'm a free agent in the next election. You can.
And you have seen what I have
and
done.
You've seen,
Yeah. You've seen historically what has happened.
And they agree, okay, you come.
Okay, you come.
He goes under ODM, he wins. That is okay. That is allowing the will of the people to play. But don't come and bring in issues of primaries here. Make up your mind from the very beginning.
I personally think that people should be given a second chance. This idea of having lost the primaries is the end of it. Forget it. Let somebody have another chance.
But you've gone in knowing that it's competition, CT. You've gone in knowing that there's certain things that people do to get a leg up. And that there's a possibility you could win or lose. So the question is, why not accept it? Why must there always be something else that you can
why
do
must you accept
in a competition? When the race is finished, 100 meters has finished, you've crossed the line.
We
do you
must
say, actually, I didn't win this race, but how about we do it again and let me wear different shoes? Come on.
No. in the Golden League, you're going to race in Doha. From Doha, you're going to go to some other place. So if I lose here, I can always go and win somewhere else.
But that's not going to be Doha.
But it will not be Doha.
No, it won't be Doha.
Doha
That's why it's called
you go to Lausanne tomorrow, you go to Paris the next time.
If you race in Berlin, you lose in Berlin.
You
if you go and win in Chicago, you have not won Berlin.
Yeah. You cannot now still in the same Berlin say, you know what?
Let's run again.
Or let's wait until the sun is shining tomorrow.
I withdraw that example.
Or you see... you're about 5 kilometers to go. You'll decide.
Actually, my stomach was hurting. Yeah. Please, I need to go and get medicine.
No, this example is not working for me.
Let's take a break. It's 27 minutes to 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them. I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refuse to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani Maternity Hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it up.
own money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation.
The sun is out in Nairobi at 18, highs of 29 and lows of 16. At 16, it's partly sunny in Nakuru, highs of 29 and lows of 15, while Nyeri is sunny at 12. We'll see highs of 30. 28 will be the high in Eldoret, where it's currently sunny at 15, coming down to lows of 14. It's cloudy at 27 in Mombasa, highs of 33 and lows of 26, while Malindi is cloudy at 27. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 26. Kisumu is sunny at 21, highs of 31. And Kakamega will see highs of 30 and lows of 16 on a sunny day. Kampala is sunny at 21, highs of 27. And we'll see mostly sunny conditions through Dar es Salaam. Currently at 27, we'll go to highs of 33. Lagos is mostly clear at 27, highs of 32 today. While it's cloudy in Johannesburg at 12, it'll go to highs of 20. And it's raining in Kinshasa at 24. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23.
No, you know, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in McQueen?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amadise aende.
Oh wow.
Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, Mombasa Road today is doing the business, and we're talking about heavy traffic that's coming from the Weybridge, heading out towards the ICD route. Interestingly enough, folks are trying to use that to get onto the Southern Bypass, and then going towards North Airport Road, that has also clogged up just a bit. But never worry, the Southern Bypass is looking pretty good. There's an option that you can use today. Langata Road has piled up. Uhuru Highway also into the city, moving really slowly. Gong Road also here we have going into the CBD. Jogger Road, eastern part of the city, also looking kind of messy in some parts. We're looking at Kangunda Road that started piling up really early this morning and still continues. Mayanja Road not looking too bad. Juja Road also looking all right as you're getting into the city. The thicker superhighway, however, we're going then towards Mathare North, that particular junction, and things slow down quite some. Kiambu Road, Limuru Road, that all continues with traffic this morning. Out into Mombasa, the city is not looking too bad. Folks not complaining this morning, so it's looking all right as you're getting into town and out. And looking at the same thing, heading out west, out into Nakuru, and then further into Kisumu. It looks good. And let's talk, guys, on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
It's
FM,
22 minutes
Nairobi.
to 8. The conversation continues. So, do you agree with the IEBC's proposal that losers in party primaries be barred from vying in elections as independent candidates? Do you agree with that proposal by the IEBC? The IEBC gave the proposal to the National Assembly's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee in consideration of the motion before them, or the bill before them, which is the Elections Amendment Bill 2022. They're saying, go to primaries and a political party, lose, go home. We must inculcate that culture of if you accept the rules of the game and you're beaten in that game, just accept defeat.
Nope.
Ukichengwa, kubali.
Nope.
Try again next
People
time.
must be given a second
You start
chance.
a game.
Do what?
You can see the ref.
Stand in another party.
You know the opposition. You know how this ref usually officiates. And then you started the game.
You know, if
when you were making the decision
they blew
to
the
join this
whistle.
particular party, you had all the elements at your disposal.
Not
You
really.
knew that there was another person who was also contending for the
You
same
did.
position. You knew the party and what it stood for. You knew, or you had an idea of the sense of the feeling on the ground.
Yes.
Then you should also know that there's a possibility that you could lose. You can't go into a competition fully confident, knowing
let me ask a
that this is
question.
mine, I must win.
What
and if
seems-
I don't
what-
win,
what seems
I must
to
go
be the
somewhere else
issue
and
here
win.
in letting someone have an opportunity to vie on another party? Well, I mean, what is the issue? What is wrong with somebody losing at one primary and then vying in another? I mean, where's the problem?
Because you keep it becomes cyclical.
So
that you say, you know what? I didn't win here. Let me go somewhere
Yes.
else. I didn't win here. Let me go somewhere
Yes.
else. So in terms of
Yes.
why did you join this particular party?
Because you thought you could win in it.
Did you join this particular party just to be able to win, or there certain
No.
issues that you were hoping that you could then
It's
now?
simple.
Are you a
coalesce
supporter
around?
of this party
Are you a
or are
supporter
you
of the
not?
party, or are you there for yourself as an
No,
individual?
most people join parties because that party is the most likely vehicle in which they can actually win a seat, because that party probably is a strong party in the region.
Exactly.
Yes.
So then it didn't deliver. Come on, go and
Yes.
sit
So
down.
have an option. I
Have
mean,
an option to try the next
Yes.
time. The next time.
No. That's limiting my options. Limiting.
There are rules of competition, CT. You decided that once you were going to compete, that you were going to play by these rules. You chose a house under which you would be represented. Now, house did not select you.
Yes.
Competition is over.
Nope.
Accept
Competition
that
has just
you
begun.
were not. But in order for you to move to the next step, the primary must be sat through. The primary did not select you. And you
then-
knew this game before you joined.
Yes, you did.
Primary did not accept you. You can't go
So
in
why-
knowing. You
why
cannot
then-
go in saying that if I do not win, then in this same competition, I'm going to go and bring in another new race.
If every time we've had people party hopping, no one ever got elected on the new party, then I would say, you know something, it is clear. But even if so long as just one person who manages to get elected when they move to a different party, it tells me that the parties tend to choose the person they want, but not necessarily the person who's most popular. There are times the persons are popular with the electorate. There are times they are not.
Yes.
So on that off chance, let there be an opportunity for somebody to seek election in another outfit.
So what basically we should be looking at also is the candidate. This candidate, yes, is for some reason or the other very popular with the electorate.
Yes.
But also for some also very clear reason, this person is not politically astute. They cannot read the signs of times. They joined a party, they went into that party, they did not campaign to the delegates who were coming to for the party primaries. They thought because kila mtu amekubali ni mimi, even at the party primaries, I'm going to come in. They lose at the party primaries. That shows that they are not completely switched on politically. But also, there are mechanisms in law, starting with the constitution of a party, going into the Elections Act and even the other laws that talk about if you want to seek redress, there are mechanisms provided. If you go through party primary and you feel that the party primaries were not free, they were not fair, there are mechanisms within the party to raise those issues. And then there's hosted here, the chairperson of the political parties dispute tribunal. You can go to the PPDT. If you are dissatisfied with the decision of the PPDT, go to the High Court. There are mechanisms set aside. We have seen that people don't even follow those mechanisms. They throw their hands up, they go back and they jump into it.
Why do you think initially
they were throwing their hands up and jumping into a different party, or now they go into independent?
Because it's a must-win attitude that I must win or I must win.
Actually, and many of them lose.
Yeah.
Actually, we must consider that many of them.
It's possible that they've actually lost,
but the vast
not necessarily
majority,
that they were not the selection of the general population.
Are we saying the vast majority of people who lose always go to try and vie in another party?
No.
Yes.
But a vast majority of those who lose and try and vie as independents lose.
Yes, they do.
A minimal number of those who make it in as independents are.
Yes, they are.
It's minimal.
And this is what I'm trying to say. That even if it was just one person out of all the people who vied for some political post, it tells you that political parties can make an error, and in so doing, they are defying the very norms of fundamental democracy. Government by the people. It is the people need to be given an option to decide on this party and not to be limited only to a party. If the party doesn't meet the needs of that particular individual, let him have the right to move. Let me explain what I'm saying. The mechanisms you speak of, political decisions at party level are made by the political party officials, essentially.
Yes.
This democracy you speak of in political parties, just put that story aside.
Okay.
Now, you go through the party mechanism, you're going to come across the same people.
Yes.
It's not as though you're going to come across different people. So if you're already disenchanted, the reason why you're vying on that seat is you were wooed and convinced that this was the right thing to do. People don't, it's not as though that they're completely witless. No. There's an entire mechanism that brings you, because all these processes involve money. You, the candidate, dishing out money.
You paid money for the nomination.
Knowing.
Tickets.
Because as you were paying money, others were also paying money. So just because you paid this money doesn't guarantee you a win. It is a competition.
The result of seeing the 14 members of parliament tells you that yes, the party's decision was not popular with the people.
Yes.
The entity that ends up losing here is the party. So in the very end, if you as a political party does not go through a proper rigorous nomination exercise, you lose.
As a party.
And that's why even now the new Political Parties Act says that only members of the political party shall participate in the primaries.
Yes.
Those in the register.
Yes.
So here we're even saying...
Who's going to check that register?
The political parties, the register of political parties is giving you a copy of the register. Okay? And only the members here are the ones who are going to participate.
And who's going to ensure that it's only those members who participate?
So you as a political party, if you allow rogue, external people to participate in your political party, then you as a political party, you are in kono.
And we have the opportunity to then have you censured.
Surely. What are you as a political party?
Here we are focusing. We're focusing on the candidates, right? But it also then gives rise to the opportunity to have political parties get their houses in order. Because you're saying, no more will we have this continue. That you then also must ensure that this process from beginning to end is seamless.
Clean up your process as a political party.
Your processes must also be cleaned up. So we're not just looking at the candidates here, but we're looking at the political parties as bodies, making sure that they are working on a process that is clean from end to end. That's what you're also saying. Whereas the focus has been on this candidate who's been jumping from one place to the another, we are saying this body also who is picking candidates for these nominations.
It's about time.
Even you guys, sort out your issues.
Let's go to the phone lines. George in Nyeri, good morning.
Good morning to you, Eric.
How are you doing?
City and do.
Good morning,
Good morning, sir.
Yes, first of all, I want to affirm something, Eric, you said about Gobit.
Yes.
It is true. There is Gofeti. Yeah, and it's derived from a Maasai name meaning Engobit, which means a stump or a kisiki. Unaona ukikata mti, whatever that remains.
The stump that remains.
Yeah, it's called Engobit. Then my friend got it Engobit to have that intonation.
So
itakuwa Gofeti.
Itakuwa Gofeti to everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
But okay, to the conversation, I like what you have concluded with about who will vote in the party primaries. it's the members of the party. Last week I met a member of a county assembly aspirant, and he was raising some news and telling him, no, you have to vote for me because I'm one of you. You have grown from the same village and things like that. And I happened to ask him, and are you telling them to join your party, or how will it be done? And he told me, hapana, hiyo ni kila mtu ana bora tu kwa register IBC wewe unapiga party primary. So you see, that is the information on the ground to the voters. So you will be in that party, and when somebody else wins, you will say that you are rigged out. Because we don't go for information. We rely on what we believe is right. But we don't go for the rightful information. On the other side, you see, a party is like a matatu in the stage. Utaingia pale akikwambia wawili tu twende. But when you get in there, unapata wewe ndio wa kwanza.
And all the other people you found in there you suddenly move out, and indeed you're just alone.
Yeah, so you will alight from the matatu and get to the matatu that, naona hii ni kama ndo inaenda. So parties have their agendas, and you might be popular among the people, but you don't have the agenda that the party wants to pass. Unajua hii ni biashara. At the end of the day, our political parties ni biashara. So you must be on the side, the good side of business.
And political parties are making a lot of money on candidates, especially now these big parties. Right now, UDA, ODM, Jubilee, they're making a lot of money on people applying for the party ticket.
Because one, if you are in a UDA zone, if you're in a PNU zone, and you happen to get that ticket, you are guaranteed that whether you are vying for a governor, the party will campaign for you. Because when the presidential candidate is coming to your area, he'll always say, and na ukumbuke hii kijana yetu Latiff. Then yeye kazi. So people are in business. And people are chasing their money.
That's true. Thank you very much, George.
Have a nice day.
Asante sana. Do you support the proposal by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission that party primaries losers be barred from vying in elections as independent candidates? You say if you go through the primaries, you lose. Currently, you are not allowed to jump from after you've lost in the primary in ODM until you go into UDA. No. Well, we can't use those. If you lost in ODM, you go into another Azimio party. Pick an Azimio party.
I was going to say why
Muungano party.
It is.
Say Muungano party of Kivuta Kibwanas. Okay? You lose ODM ticket, jump to Muungano. That was cancelled a long time ago. So what has been happening is you lose ODM ticket, independent. Now IBC saying, let's level that field as well. You lose ODM, you have lost. Go through the process of raising your dispute within ODM, within the other established procedures, but don't jump and say independent.
Chance. How long does that process take?
Which one?
This going through the party mechanisms.
The party mechanisms. See, it'll take whatever it takes, however long it takes.
However long it takes.
If you want it to go to the Supreme Court, it's you.
How far you want it to go, it's really up to you.
Let people hop. Let them hop.
As independent.
Let them hop.
We are killing our democracy even before
we
it's
are
born.
Enhancing our democracy.
Let our democracy thrive. Allow political parties to be proper vehicles. So
streamline
political parties
processes and actually follow them.
Political parties right now.
Which processes?
These ones of nominations.
Right now, parties are collecting money.
They
are putting adverts here saying, "Oh, you want to be an MCA under UDA? Come. How much is it? You 25,000. Blah blah." Everybody pays. Then on the day of the nomination, the guy who is the boss decides, you give that ticket to Ndu.
Yeah, but that's what they do. And also...
And you took my money.
Yes, but why don't we take it a step further? I've heard of cases where if it's certificate, there's even more than one certificate that has been issued. So there are 3 of you with certificates. And they're all genuine certificates because they're from the party.
Because each member of the elections board is making money.
Yes.
And
They are becoming cash cows. So in order to stop,
they were cash cows a long time ago.
In order to stop
all of this,
all this nonsense from happening, we say only people who are sure that they can come and contest free and fairly in your nominations will pay you money for your nominations, and you will ensure that your nominations are free and fair. Otherwise, people know they cannot hop. So people don't come for the nominations of these parties.
They will still come.
Come with your own party.
They will still come.
We as Maendeleo Chap, we are
once
welcoming people.
Once that bug gets someone and
bring money,
that the people have summoned
you can
them
go
and
buy
call them.
Isiolo with Maendeleo Chap. You can be sure you'll be the only one.
Actually, you may actually be the only one on the ballot. You can continue that solo run.
Maendeleo Chap put up an advert saying that we are once you come and you said you are guaranteed of getting our ticket. You're guaranteed.
Yep.
So instead of going to those parties and then you have to now jump out and start going as an independent and you don't know what, just come.
Just come here.
Come take our
process
ticket.
Streamlined, clear, clean. You go.
You know, I'm thinking of that.
Or
logic.
you decide from the very beginning, I am going into this election as an independent.
You
like Miguna. No primaries, no independent governor Nairobi.
We know how that went into it.
The people did not elect him, and that is democracy.
People still said, it's okay, we don't want. There it is.
You know something, huh? We talk about these party primaries as though there were some seamless activities where some democracy reigns. First of all, this nonsense of party democracy, there is no such thing. Parties are vehicles that have owners. It's not complicated, and it's the world over. They create systems, they have their own systems, and they're allowed to work within the systems that they have created. And that's why they're able to nominate. The moment you're nominating, that's a democratic process. Yes, because your rules allow you to nominate. But the idea that you want to claim that you're democratic because you're allowing people to actually elect. Party nominations, the election is just a process to make people feel that they've participated. It's public participation. But the leadership of political parties decide who their candidates are.
No.
So I sometimes wonder, why don't we, you see, the cash thing comes in. Why don't they just say, folks, we are going to decide who the people who are going to represent us are. But then that would reduce the cash collection. It also reduces this idea that people actually have a chance to participate in determining who their leaders are.
Now to streamline all of that business.
Eddie in Kiambu.
Yeah,
Morning.
Now, I'm thinking the party hopping thing being closed. That makes sense. Because that would remove the ideology of politicians being chameleons. Today you're in PNU, tomorrow you're in the other party. But when it comes to independent candidates, they should not touch that. Reason being, I come to your party, pay the fees for the nomination, but you've already decided who you want, yet you still go ahead and take my money, rig me out, and then I come back to you for an appeal. It's like a thug akupiga ngeta, and then instead of going to the police station,
you go to
his house and knock on his door. Kindly return my phone. It doesn't make sense. Let the people go independent if they want.
Chukua tu pesa nirudishie, your wallet iko ID.
Basi nipatie SIM card. After the nominations, if I feel aggrieved, let me go back to my people on the ground, tell them I was rigged out there, but you still have a chance to elect me to represent you.
Okay. Thank
so
you very
they should
much.
not touch the independent.
Don't touch it at all.
That should remain open. Yes.
Thank you, Eddie. Have a lovely day.
You too, siku njema.
Asante.
I think we can't ignore what this is also asking of political parties then in terms of responsibility. It will look like a very tall order, but at the same time, it is then asking political parties to start to rid of this thing that we are talking about. As much of a tall order as it looks, to start to say, look, these things that folks are complaining about, what is the reason why people are jumping in the first place? Why is it that when somebody pays their fees, etc., they feel as though they were not served right, that they need to then go to an independent? So it's also asking political parties to clean up the mess that is at their doorstep. Clean it up.
They will not clean it up. People get impoverished simply trying
It's also
to get
asking the
favor.
registrar. It's also asking the registrar and their office to make sure that they are vigilant. Then, in terms of what is happening at political parties,
The registrar has a shortage of human resource to do this thing. Political parties in the country, everywhere, they can't do it.
Now, if you block them, people will not be going for those tickets. People will be going for independent directly. I'm running as an independent, or I'm running as a member of a small party. I am running in Kiambu, in some constituency, in some ward, with a ticket of PAR. What's the chance that somebody else has a PAR ticket?
Actually, there'll be no chance, but also you will have no competition on the ballot.
Exactly.
You'll
now I'm only dealing with a direct electorate.
Precisely, and you'll end up voting for yourself. The thing is,
you have a following. That is what has informed your decision. That you have a following, but you know that if you go to the big party, they will not give you.
Simpladon didn't work, City. It always works. 2 times faster. Kenya's biggest conversation. Good morning, it's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Deputy President William Ruto has hailed the bold move by Amani National Congress Party leader Musalia Mudavadi and his Ford Kenya counterpart Moses Wetangula, who decided to work with him. Ruto said the selfless decision by the two leaders to join forces with him under the Kenya Kwanza Alliance was not in vain and would be greatly rewarded. Addressing delegates at the United Democratic Alliance National Delegates Conference, Ruto observed the formation of the coalition had birthed a new paradigm shift in the country's politics.
Rafiki yangu Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi, I want with a lot of gratitude to thank you for making it possible for all Kenyans to work together. It is your decision and that of my friend Moses Wetangula that has given rise to this new paradigm that Kenyans can work together. And I want to use this occasion, my brother, to tell you we will pay you in equal measure one day.
Still matters politics, and Jubilee Party Vice Chairperson David Murathe claims that Azimio la Umoja flag bearer Raila Odinga will win the upcoming August presidential election with or without votes from the Mount Kenya region. Murathe argued that during the previous polls, Odinga came close to winning the election, yet he had no support from the Mount Kenya region. Hence, the endorsement by President Kenyatta is a sure bet to State House for ODM leader.
Raila Amolo Odinga at almost 50-50 with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Remember in 2013, we scraped through the 50+1 with like 80,000 votes. Raila never got Mount Kenya votes. Meaning this time around, worst case scenario, Raila gets Mount Kenya votes, whether 10, 20, 30, 40%. That is votes he never had anyway. But the rest of his vote basket is intact. The only area which they thought they could remove, which is Western, Raila actually defeats Musalia, even in Western. And this is a message to Mount Kenya. Raila is winning this election. They better decide whether he's winning it with them on board or he's winning it without them on board.
Now, former Medical Training College chairperson Professor Philip Kaloke has exceeded confidence that he was the best bet to take over from the incumbent and law professor Kivutha Kibwana in the race for Makueni governorship. Kaloke, who will be touting his previous development track record as MP of the larger Kibwezi constituency, which has served between 2007 and 2013, said he will emulate on his predecessor Kibwana in a bid to discharge services to the people. He further lauded Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka for sacrificing his presidential ambitions to support Raila Odinga during the forthcoming August elections. And content creators have been urged to adopt and adapt to new technologies that will enable them compete in global market. The Principal Secretary, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, Esther Koimet, said the digital economy is the new driver for innovation and competitiveness, and need that requires content creators to thrive in the new landscape. Speaking during the launch of the Digital Employability Program, the PS noted that the program was vital as it empowers young women creatives to take advantage of the digital economy and to be alert, since media consumers have become critical players in the kind of content that is created. Now, detectives based in Naivasha arrested a 32-year-old man who allegedly killed his 26-year-old wife and dumped her body at Kongoni area in Nakuru County. The suspect, Julius Owaka, is being trailed by DCI sleuths following the discovery of decomposing remains of his wife Wanjiru in January 2022. A statement from the DCI revealed that Owaka was nabbed by the DCI sleuths in conjunction with Crime Research and Intelligence Bureau at Githurai 45 in Nairobi. And a police officer is in custody after abandoning his duties to watch over KCSE proceedings at a local high school and for conducting an unsanctioned Changa sting operation in Kimgoror area, Nandi County. According to a police report, the officer was tasked with overseeing KCSE exams at Koiban Secondary School but went missing at around noon yesterday. He is said to have proceeded to a homestead approximately a kilometer away from the school owned by one Emmanuel Kipkoech, where he allegedly began searching for Changa, causing a commotion in the process. Meanwhile, the exams enter day 3 today, with the government assuring candidates and all the stakeholders that the government has deployed all the resources to ensure that the examination period is smooth and secured. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM. Kisumu.
On Mombasa Road, a little bit getting into the city, we're looking at inbound traffic. Some of it is going to seep off onto North Airport Road, and they're going to get to Outer Ring. It not be too much of an issue. We're looking at Jogo Road getting heavier as you get towards the roundabout at City Stadium. Uhuru Highway getting into the city and then out towards Westlands. All right, something or other is happening on the Thika Superhighway today. Not quite sure what's causing that. There's been a hold up for some time, especially around NYS going out, right? So there is on Katani Mlolongo Junction, there was a what's that thing? I keep forgetting. It's called what? Walkway in the sky.
Yes, walkway.
It's halfway
It's called
finished.
a footbridge.
Thank you. I keep forgetting.
Walkway footbridge.
It's halfway finished.
I saw someone on Twitter calling it a flyover.
But it is a flyover.
It's hanging in the middle of the road, man.
Flyover footbridge.
Hasn't been finished.
Yes.
And so it's causing some trepidation for people as they're trying to move. So you need to watch out for that. It hasn't been completed. We're not sure if they're going to complete it or not. But it's also causing a hold up there. We're looking at inbound traffic because of that. Shall we discuss that? Let's do it. And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation
7
Room,
minutes after
the
8.
only way
How you
to
doing?
start your...
Thank you for joining us this morning in The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We broadcast on SpiceFM around the country. Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Nyeri, Malindi. We are also global on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook, where the show is live. And for the next 1 hour between now and at the top of the hour, we are also live on KTN Home. Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh and C.T. Muga. Who has the day's proverb? It's from Sudan Today.
Proverb of the day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya.
You know, every time one speaks of Sudan, you must distinguish, not Southern Sudan. We'll get to Southern Sudan at some point. But for now, it is just Sudan. Okay? Don't feed your donkey only when you need to raise it.
Don't feed your donkey Only when you need to?
I said race it, but initially I said ride it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've added race to it because there are people who actually race donkeys.
Don't feed it only when you need to ride it. Okay. Let it feed throughout.
You know, in Lamu, you have donkey races, just so that you understand.
Yeah. Part
Every
of the
time
cultural
that,
festivals.
yes, exactly. They do.
It's a great thing to see.
And they ride the donkeys as they
They
race.
do. They do. They do.
Okay.
So they fed them.
So they fed them before. In Kenya, donkeys feed themselves. Feed donkey where?
So donkey knows what it wants to eat.
Yeah. Donkey can eat. Donkey feeds itself. Only these are the animals that you need to help. It's like dogs in Kenya. The other day you were saying, dogs, by and large.
They eat leftovers.
Yeah. What is left you throw outside, dog eats.
And dog knows.
Dog knows. Dog waits.
Proverb of the Day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya. Teach your kids about online threats and how to stay safe online by reporting incidences of internet misuse to ke-cirt.go.ke or call 0703 042 700. Mawasiliano kwetu.
10 after 8. So yesterday, this is the headline in the papers today. Ruto, it's my turn. That's the Nation. Ruto, my promise. That's the Standard. Deputy President William Ruto accepts to be UDA's presidential flag bearer in the August 9th polls and outlines his agenda for the country, promising to right the wrongs of the Jubilee administration. The endorsement sets the stage for a duel with Azimio's Raila Odinga. He made several pledges and promises. As this was going on yesterday, some conversation then started as well on various social media platforms. And this is on whether the deputy president is now still a member of Jubilee. Number one, we know he is no longer deputy party leader of Jubilee, because Jubilee delegates met 2 weeks ago and they have new officials. Party leader is Uhuru. They have how many new deputy party leaders? Is it 3 or 4? Yeah. And none of them has the name William Ruto.
Right.
So William Ruto is no longer deputy party leader. One of the other resolutions that was made by the delegates of the Jubilee Party was that those people who are affiliating themselves and campaigning and openly affronting other political parties shall be deemed to be no longer members of Jubilee. So we could technically say that Jubilee evicted the people that it considers to be errant members. Among them, we can assume to be William Samoei Arap Ruto. So yesterday, Ruto attends a UDA meeting. Was he a UDA member?
Was it a UDA meeting or was it a UDA convention?
It was a UDA meeting, National Delegates meeting, right?
Convention.
Yes, conference.
Conference. Meeting.
Okay.
Seminar, workshop, conference. Okay.
But
So as he is attending it, he had applied to be considered for the presidential nomination. He went through the process of UDA considering him for the presidential nomination. He was presented yesterday as the sole candidate. And the delegates endorsed this and said, okay, so if it's okay, we support, let the man carry our flag. Is William Ruto a member of UDA or is he not? Or is he still a member of Jubilee until Jubilee comes and communicates to him directly and tells him, we kicked you out? And the Register of Political Parties is alerted of this, and Register of Political Parties removes him from the role of the Register of Members of Jubilee, and then applies to be a member of UDA, and Register of Political Parties is informed that he is now applied and is now a member of UDA. All those things, technically, have they happened?
No.
Or practically, is he a member of Jubilee? If he is a member of UDA, and he was elected as deputy president on a Jubilee ticket, what should happen? So that's a question. Should he resign or does he stand to lose his seat automatically?
If what?
If he's no longer a member of the party that sponsored him to parliament. And if he loses the seat, he ceases being the deputy president. So what are we talking about?
And if indeed he does lose his position as the deputy president, what does that do to the presidency?
We have a vacancy in the office of the Deputy President.
The question that I would ask is someone allowed to be a member of two political parties in this country?
At the same time?
At the same time.
No.
No.
So I think that answers the questions that you were asking earlier on.
Has he formally, and I think this is it, has he formally announced relinquishing his position from the Jubilee Party?
Does he need to?
Has he opened his mouth to say that he has left?
Does he need to?
He has clearly said that he's a member of UDA.
Yes.
It has been understood from those who are on the other side saying, okay, we've removed this gentleman because he has not been a part of us and he has openly said he's a member of another party. However, the thing is, he was elected as a pair with the president on a Jubilee ticket.
Yes.
To serve then as deputy president of the country.
Yes.
Now, if you are no longer in that position, then it seems pretty obvious to me. Then you should not be holding the position upon which you were elected. The honorable thing to do, in my opinion, would be to say, yeah, I know, it's rich. But the honorable thing to do, and I know in order to do something honorable, you must have some honor. I get it. But to do would be to say, okay, this is no longer serving my purposes. I want to do something else. I have been very vocal about this. I even have support in this other thing that I want to do. Leave this position. This place upon which I was elected with the president no longer works for me. Leave it. Vacate it. Because it seems as though you have one leg here and another leg here. You're not moving, or you're not moving forward or going back. But it is clear the direction that you're going in for the rest of the country. If you are no longer, or if this position is no longer serving you and your ambitions, personal and political, vacate.
So I guess that's where the whole conversation, it boils down to that. The other technicalities of whether Jubilee has actually actioned what was decided by the members of the delegates conference to evict some members, and whether those members included William Ruto. You know, they could have said all those things, but right there on paper, when they come to action, William Ruto is not among them. They could be evicting everybody else, but for some reason they consider, well, William Ruto has not really done all those things that we're saying. Technically, we don't know what is happening, whether Jubilee has actioned what the delegate said, whether William Ruto has written to resign as a member of Jubilee, whether William Ruto has then applied to be a member of UDA officially, and whether his name has been forwarded to the Register of Political Parties as a member of UDA. All those things. We're making assumptions. But I think the whole conversation boils down to what you said. It is the honorable thing to do, the ethical thing to do, the moral thing to do. Honor, ethics, integrity. Should a leader do the honorable thing to do the honorable thing and say, you know what, I'm no longer seeing eye to eye with the party that sponsored me to parliament, and I'm therefore resigning from this party, and let everything else happen thereafter. If it's a by-election that is to be called, fine. If I resign from the party, I have lost the position. The Speaker declares position vacant, or the IEBC chairperson, in the case of this of the President, declares the position vacant. Then we go into a by-election, or whatever happens thereafter. Then this should have happened a long time ago, because William Ruto has been a member of UDA
for at least a year.
For more than a year.
Yeah.
Even if not officially a member of UDA. Not only that, we have very many other leaders who've been elected. Nderitu Muriithi, the independent, is now proclaiming he is in PNU. Yes? The Speaker of the National Assembly, well, he was elected as Speaker, but he's in DP. Other members, the Governor of Makueni, Kivuta Kibwana, right now he is a Wiper member, was elected on a Wiper ticket, but he went back to his Muungano party. He's been telling us that. Should they all have resigned? Is that the honorable thing to do? Should we get to a point where we actually exercise what we call leadership, integrity, and all those things, and require of our leaders, do the honorable thing? Disagree with your party, leave the party, let the dominoes fall.
I suspect that in the spirit of good political practice, the leaders would tell you they're being honorable. Yes.
Right.
Meaning, yes, I know I got elected on this particular political party. Yes, it is true I don't get along with the person that I've been working with. That is why I have my own political party. But you see, it is a political party that I'm affiliated with, but they'll tell you I don't have a membership number. But now, in the case of the DP, it is clear. You cannot be the presidential aspirant for a particular party if you're not a member of that party. That is not possible. As for the honorable thing, I think we're setting new standards of what we consider honorable. Because for us, honorable is what is accepted or what is acceptable and what we think will fly. I don't hear of the citizenry complaining about this. One or two lone voices among our cyber warriors, but by and large, people are quite silent on this.
Well, just because they're silent doesn't mean that people are satisfied or accepting of it.
They are accepting. That's what I'm saying. They are accepting. Because I'll tell you why I'm saying they're accepting of it. If the deputy president stays in Jubilee or KANU or the party is called URP,
UDA.
So I'm asking the simple question. So what does that actually change? What does it change? Nothing.
These are just technicalities.
Yes, and secondly,
people did not elect him because of Jubilee. They elected him because
his William. Yes. Remember that if you look at our politics and you look at it keenly, what you're seeing playing out is getting the heart of the matter of actually not just our politics, but who we are. These are things we accept. This duplicity you're seeing. It was once upon a time good practice only in politics and among politicians. We have embraced it as a citizenry and as a voting public. We also accept it.
So are we rewriting the definition of then?
We rewrote it a long time ago.
Honor.
Sure, but
we rewrote it a long time ago.
And this, I'm going to keep saying that even if we have said, look, we are seeing things that are duplicitous in nature and that it has been a thing that people have then been able to abide with and abide by, it doesn't make it right. Even if it is something that you hear on a daily basis, we see it happening, we accept that there's duplicity, it doesn't make it right. That you should be able to make a decision on something. That you say, this is no longer serving me. That I want to be able to do something else. I want to be able to be the one that is then called the leader. Make a clean break. There are laws. There's a constitution. Make a clean break. You can't continue doing this thing where people are not really sure where you are. And just because they're silent about it, assumptions on the acceptance of it does not make it right. There are laws that ought to be upheld. There are things that people live by in terms of requirements and standards, whether they are political or personal. But here you are saying that you want to eat your cake and have it. And I'm saying that you should not be able to do that. And because people are silent on the matter, it could be for many, many reasons. Maybe they're not aware that you can't do both at the same time. Maybe they're not really thinking about it because nobody's making more noise about it. But I do think that he ought to make the decision.
I'm telling you, they don't care either which way. And I'm telling you, to answer your question, we have written these moral laws.
The lack of care sometimes is not is not fueled by anything you have in your mind personally. It could be that there are many, many elements that influence this lack of care because nobody's speaking about it. Nobody's bringing it out into the fore and saying that, you know what, this thing that we are seeing playing out here is unlawful. This thing that we're seeing playing out here is not right because nobody's talking about it. So then you get to the point where you don't care about it. You become lackadaisical because nobody's mentioning it. That you should not be able to operate in this manner just because you are in a position of power. You've made a decision. You told the country, select us as 1, 2, 3. Somewhere along the line, you have seen very clearly that this does not serve you anymore. Make the break. And that's what I'm saying. Make the break. We can't just be here dancing about in shallow waters when this thing has more depth. What does it mean for the face of the country when you have people dilly-dallying, double dipping back and forth, and you can't make a clean break? Why? Make a clean break.
I'm trying to explain that what you're saying is what in an ideal world would actually make sense.
Aspire for the ideal.
Yes, that is what is desirable. But what we have accepted as the norm, this is really what I'm talking about, not what I think is good. I'm stating what we have accepted as the norm is what I am stating. In our history, we've had people resigning. It's not that we haven't had it. No, we have. People when we got into multi-party politics, people resigned from very plum positions. People who are ministers, people resigned. They said, no, thank you, I'm resigning from this particular position. We've had people resigning from political parties because they've had differences. We were leaving. The one person who has done this more than anyone else I know is Raila Odinga. This party just leaves, says, no, I'm not seeing eye to eye with this, leaves, sets up another one. Doesn't need to, leaves. So, what am I saying? It's not as though people don't leave. I'm simply saying there are others who don't. A time may come when he may actually part. But people leave when there is something that they believe will serve their interest. In the same way, people stay because they believe that staying will also serve their interest.
You set a precedent, or you set an example
to
the entire nation.
Yes, you do.
And it is fallacious.
Yes.
From the very beginning.
Yes.
To say that. Because look, I don't even think we should try and philosophize or romanticize this thing. At the end of the day, he's sticking in this position because it's of benefit to him.
Yes.
Yeah, So you're basically telling the whole of Kenya that, you know what? So long as there's something that's beneficial to you, you can have one leg here and one leg in the other place and say whatever it is that you like.
Precisely.
And then reserve the right to castigate the same government that you are a part of.
Yes.
Which, in my opinion, should not be.
Well, it is.
It should not be. And if you're quiet about it on a regular, it means that you're throwing things out the window. Rule of law doesn't really matter. Constitution.
Oh, but that went out of the window a long time ago. What we're seeing is just a very clear manifestation of it playing out in the political arena. What is it that isn't characteristic of our politician? If you're talking about duplicity, it's there for you to see. If you're talking about outright lying, it's there for you to see. If you're talking about backstabbing, it's there for you to see. So, what is playing out is at the heart of our politics. If one hadn't seen it, see it now.
So should we just roll over and accept it?
No.
By all means, no.
So what should we do?
First of all, look at it for what it is and say, this is who we are. Because we like to pretend we're not that, we're different. We're not different. We are exactly what we are seeing.
You see, this is not even new, just like you're saying, City. You will recall that in 2002, Uhuru Kenyatta vied on a Kanu ticket to be the member of parliament for Gatundu.
Yes.
And also to be president.
Yes.
Lost the presidential, won the Gatundu seat.
Yes.
Was MP, was leader of official opposition.
Yes, he was.
2007, vied again the Kanu as chairman of Kanu. Won the parliamentary seat. Right? In 2012, man left Kanu, man went to TNA.
Yes.
So at that point, when he was moving, is it the point when we should have said, okay, but now you're no longer a Kanu, and the Kanu is the one that took you to parliament, so we are just months to an election?
Did we understand even these rules as we do now? And when I say it doesn't matter, we don't care, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Because anyway, even as we talk, between 2005 and 2007, right?
Yes.
Raila Odinga was by and large the leader of ODM.
Yes.
But he was in parliament under LDP.
Yes.
So should he have quit at that point? Once we formed ODM, so let's say 2006, Raila should have quit as member of parliament because now he's not in LDP, he's in ODM.
They will tell you when they first started ODM, it was a movement. Look, I'm trying to explain that the things you're saying do also get to the heart of the matter. And that's the position we ought to be in. And it's the position we ought to seek after. But to be able to move on, there's a need to understand where we are. That's where I'm sticking. I'm not moving from there. I'm
exactly,
saying,
Siti. There's a need to understand where you are. So rather than saying, this is who we are, and staying there and saying, this is who Kenyans are, and they're going to continue staying in that position, but to be able to open your mouth and say that this thing that we see is not right. This behavior that we see being peddled to Kenyans as all right is not. That is one of the steps that takes you from where you are to where you ought to be, rather than saying, well, this is who we are and, it's not surprising. No, it should be that there must be a constant element of chagrin when you see things going wrong. If you lose that, then you will never be able to get to where you ought to be. You must be able to say, this is not right, folks.
You know,
this way in which we're operating doesn't work.
Do you really think that people actually want that change?
Yes, I do.
Then why aren't they changing? Why aren't they making moves to bring about the change?
Because of this complacent nature where we are saying that, that's how we are, so let's just take it.
No.
So if people want it, then why are they saying that's how they are?
Exactly.
Do the people really want change?
You think people are happy if things were to work in a different manner, whereby, we've talked about it just now, whereby you enter into competition and you lose and somebody takes it and walks away, right? When things begin to change and you see a different way of doing things, you will find that people become satisfied with it because they say, this is the way in which we ought to be operating.
That's how we operate anyway.
But then you say, this is the way we operate, so nothing can be done about it, nothing can change. And then you have the people at the very top who are also mirroring that same behavior. Where do you think the change
Something
is going to come from?
I think the problem, and I agree with you, Ndu, and even CT, the problem is actually not even with these political leaders. It is not with William Ruto, with Raila Odinga. It's not with them. The problem is with the collective called Kenyans. Because we are okay. We have changed the law. We'll take a break. When we come out of the break, I will read you the new law on political parties. The one that was assented to by the president just the other day. Okay? What it talks about party members, when you are deemed to have left the party, when the party can expel you, and it's very clear in black and white. If you start campaigning for the formation of another party, you are deemed to have left this party. Mm-hmm. If you start talking openly about another party, you are deemed to have left the party, and the party is at liberty to expel you. All those things are in law. I'll read you the letter of that law. So we have it in law, but we don't practice what we've written in law. We just move on out. Our ask this morning is, we're using William Ruto because he's the most visible and is currently the one in the headlines, but it refers to very many other politicians in Parliament, as our governors, as our MCAs, everywhere. Should William Ruto resign now that he is no longer in Jubilee, on whose ticket he was elected as Deputy President in 2017? 8:30, we are live on KTN Home, SpiceFM and online. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number Them Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. There are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. He shouldn't be doing it, and he should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi, highs of 29 and lows of 16. We'll see highs of 29 as well in Nakuru. It's mostly sunny at 19. And sunny conditions in Nyeri at 16, highs of 30 and lows of 14 at 19. Eldoret is sunny, highs of 28 and lows of 13. The clouds are up in Mombasa, 29, highs of 33 and lows of 26. We'll also see 26 as a low in a mostly cloudy Malindi, highs of 31. It's partly sunny at 23 in Kisumu, highs of 30 and lows of 20, while Kakamega is sunny at 24. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 18. It's partly sunny at 22 in Kampala, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while it's sunny at 29 in Dar es Salaam. We'll see highs of 33 and lows of 27. It's cloudy at 12 in Johannesburg, highs of 20, and we'll see highs of 32 in Lagos, where it's raining now at 27. Rain showers also in Kinshasa at 24, highs of 32, back down to lows of 24.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
still continues outbound on Mombasa Road today. We're looking at that hold up. Not quite sure. It's quite heavy today, right around the Maradima, headed in the easterly direction. We're also looking at Langata Road, which is looking a lot better now, going towards the roundabout. Uhuru Highway, still heavy as you're going out towards the city, and then Westlands. Gong Road also inbound traffic continues. So we're still looking at those meetings a few minutes after 8:30. Still continues on Thika Superhighway, really heavy. I'm not quite sure what's causing that today. Significantly different from other days. Limuru Road in and outbound traffic as well continues. Parklands is not too much of a mess this morning. Ring Road Western still doing that thing coming out towards Chiromo, and so traffic continues this morning. Let's keep an eye on things, guys. Anything jumps out at you, let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
The conversation continues right here on
94.4 Spice FM.
Broadcasting on Spice FM on KTN Home. We are also live streaming the show, and we're glad for everybody who's watching us from across the country. Seeing a message here from Peter Patrick Nation at Urban Shave Barbershop. They're streaming the show online, and it's showing there. The conversation we're having is, should William Ruto resign out as he is no longer in Jubilee, on whose ticket he was elected as Deputy President in 2017. We're using William Ruto here, but it applies to very many other people. Governor Mwangi wa Iria of Murang'a County was elected on a Jubilee ticket. For the last, I don't know how many months, man has had billboards all over the country saying that he wants to be president under a new party called Usawa Party. The governor of Nakuru, Lee Kenyanjui, has a new party called Ubuntu Party. Mm-hmm. All of them. Even the party that sponsored the governor of Meru to parliament is not the same one that he's using this time. The governor of Makueni is back to his muungano. He's forming coalitions with others. So is this... I said I'm going to read you what the law says. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. This is the new political parties amended Act of 2022. A person who, while being a member of a political party, shall be deemed to have resigned from that party if that person forms another political party, or joins in the formation of another political party, or joins another political party, or in any way or manner publicly advocates for the formation of another political party, or promotes the ideology, interest, or policies of another political party. A party shall, before deeming a member to have resigned under that law, notify that member, afford the member a fair opportunity to be heard. And a political party which deems a member to have resigned from the political party shall notify the registrar in writing of the member's resignation and request the registrar to remove that person's name from the register of members of that political party. Upon notification, the registrar may, where the registrar is satisfied that the political party has complied with the procedure, remove the member's name from the register of members of the political party within 7 days and notify the member in writing. Where the registrar is not satisfied, they shall reject. It is clear. In the case of all these people that we're talking about, who are members of Jubilee and other parties, who were in Kasarani yesterday, or those who were in KICC on Saturday, talking about other political parties, they are in one way or another publicly advocating formation of another party or promoting ideology, interest, or policies of another political party. Law says that person shall be deemed to have resigned from that party.
So what are we talking about here?
This person is a member of Jubilee, okay? His name is Moses Kuria, okay? He comes here and is completely openly and directly advocating for another party called Chama cha Kazi. That person is deemed to have left Jubilee. Mm-hmm. So should Moses Kuria have resigned?
But they've said it is deemed that you have left already.
Mm-hmm.
So it is deemed that you have resigned. So then why must you come and do it again? We just assume that has already been done. This is what the law says. that if you have engaged in this activity, it has been assumed by law that you have left this other party. Now, if we are going to go on the things and the position which this previous party granted you, right?
Yes.
Because it then also will be assumed that because of this party, then you attained the position which you currently hold.
Yes.
If you have vacated the party, vacate the position. Because as far as I still know, 1 + 1 is still 2.
This party nominated and sponsored you to parliament, and you're no longer a member of this party.
It is the vehicle through which the country elected you.
Okay.
You have left. Get off the vehicle.
Which is why, again, I bring in the technicalities and do. Because you remember in that law, we've said, deemed, but it does not end there. The party that you belong to must then notify you that they deem you to have left the party. And they give you an opportunity to explain yourself. And then notify the registrar. And then the registrar shall look and see, have you followed the procedure? Have you notified the person? Have they explained themselves?
So the onus is not on you to resign.
Both of you bear responsibility here, and I think I will hold both people to account. That you as the individual have certain things that you must do. The vehicle upon which also was granting you this position also has a responsibility to fulfill, and they must do the same thing as well. Because the double dipping is being allowed by the vehicle. It is being perpetuated by the individual. So for me, there's no science here. It's very simple. Tell this person that what they're doing is not allowed by law and also by practice of this vehicle. Very clear. Why are we debating it? It's because of the deputy president.
We have a problem, Ndu. We have a problem. You see, even that the way that law has just been put in all those things. Our problem is with all of us as a people, collectively. Because the main thing should have been that, starting from that point of honor and integrity. From that point of integrity, I know I said I belong to this party. I applied to be a member of this party. This party gave me a nomination ticket. I took it to IEBC. I won the election on this particular political party. Integrity demands that if I start then championing all those things that have been defined by law, championing formation of a new party or completely openly campaigning for another political party, it is deemed that I shall have resigned. Technicals come in. But integrity demands that then at that point, integrity, let me just notify the party before they even start coming to tell me, oh, please come and explain yourself. Notify the party. Everything about you got into a union. You were declared man and wife by whichever religious person, by whichever traditional person, or by whichever legal person in the AG's office. Okay? Then you start behaving like you're not in this union.
There's
the honorable thing for you to do is go and say, you know what? I am no longer in this. I am no longer in this, and so let's formalize my exit from this.
Forgive me, but I have to take. I want us to travel back in time a little bit. See, if you wonder why it is I'm sticking to the point of who we are, I can't help but see the complete detachment that the political class seem to have with the reality of what is actually happening in this country. When you have a country where the center stage of everything else is the politicization of whatever it is we want to achieve politically, and it is supported by rhetoric about the things you are going to do now, it is devoid of the reality that some of the people are talking about what they want to do have already been in positions where they could have done the very same things they're saying they want to do. If you look at the back and forth and the talk and the distancing from decisions that certain individuals were part and parcel of, and now speaking as though this thing happened when they were away, and when they came back they found it happened, and that someone else did it. There's a complete detachment, politically speaking, to the point where it appears the leaders have come to accept that they'll tell us anything and we'll believe and accept anything. Now, with that sort of detachment, do you really think, in all honesty, that we have a leadership right now who will likely make decisions to improve the lives of the individuals in this country, and that they will take those steps? No, I don't think so. They are very busy propagating this same narrative that they've been propagating. And where Eric is absolutely right is that somewhere along the line, in the same way that political parties and the way they function, you are deemed not to be a member of this political party if the activities that you are involved in seem contrary to blah, 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 blah. You are deemed to acquiesce and to accept the status quo if you keep quiet and all you seem to do is to attend huge rallies and to cheer along the very people who are telling you things which you know they ought to have done and could have done but didn't do, and I want to tell you they're going to do it in the future. So, as you say, we ought to. Surely, should we? Yes, we should.
Raise the conversation.
But do we?
It should be raised. The conversation should be that, because this thing of keeping quiet and making it seem as though it's all right is also a problem. It's here and you say...
It is a survival tactic.
It's a problem.
It's a survival tactic.
It's an issue. It's a problem that folks are going to be quiet about something, even though they may have an issue with it, they'll be quiet about it. It's a problem.
It is.
It's a problem because you see something going wrong and you keep quiet about it until it is too late. That you see something going wrong because you don't want to ruffle feathers, or that you don't want to be the one standing out to point out an issue, or you want to be acceptable in whatever quarters. You see something going wrong, it's wrong, man. It doesn't matter whether you say it very early in the morning or very late at night. It's wrong, it's wrong. You have a law here which dictates how you ought to operate. You go against the law, but people don't, again, want to ruffle feathers, so we keep quiet about it. And we know very clearly, we can see. It's obvious. He doesn't want to resign because obviously there are very many perks that he is getting and enjoying by remaining in the position of deputy president. What are we talking about?
And what is it that the supporters of all these members go for? Why are they quiet?
When there's a feast happening on the table and there's some crumbs that drop to the floor, do you think that those who are underneath gathering those crumbs are going to run away? They're going to stay in that position because there's also something that they will be able to.
It's a win-win for everybody.
Do the term defensive mechanism, you know how and when it applies, don't you? Then you've heard me use the word survival, and I'm repeating it, survival. Kenyans are very good at engaging survival mode. If it means keeping quiet, they will keep quiet. But the quietness, as you correctly put, it doesn't mean they're not doing something. What they're doing is trying to find ways of surviving. This engagement with a politician, in their mind, they've deemed it as futile. It's not going to get them anywhere. So they figure, forget that nonsense. Let me try and figure out a way. And you know what they're going to do? They are going to look for every which way to survive. When I say every which way, I mean every which way to survive. Recently, we had a huge debate here of matatu drivers, border riders along Wangari Maathai Road who accosted a lady who had hit one of them. Remember that case? I raised the issue of the voice that we kept hearing. Please, don't beat her. That large crowd, there were not more than 4 people who were actually involved in going near that car, touching that lady, trying to get her out, tearing her. There were not many. The question I raised, and I'm raising it now, these others who probably didn't support it, why did they stand back and watch? Because they stood back and watched. Those who seemed not to support it were more than the people who were actually perpetrating it. So they could have stopped it. Why didn't they? Why didn't they? That unruly nature of the border that we speak of. When I say it was symptomatic of the way we conduct ourselves, not long after that clip appeared, another clip appeared of a lorry, and I'm repeating this again, that had goods. Some say it was goods that were meant for people who needed it. They were relief food. Did the people who saw it care? No. What did they do? They went for those things.
Yep.
Is it not the case we've had over and over again, even when you hear a petroleum tanker overturns? And then a disaster, is in the making, and usually it occurs. Why? Because people look at that disaster not as a disaster, but as an opportunity.
It's an opportunity.
Somebody has an accident, people come to help you. They are robbing you first. There are people going into your pocket, they're taking things from your car. These are Kenyans. Now,
it's about everybody and everything else and what they're thinking. Let's go to the phone line, 0719-012-600. Should William Ruto resign now that he is no longer in Jubilee, on whose ticket he was elected as deputy president? Eddie in Kiambu, good morning.
Hi, morning, I'm back.
Yes.
Now, the biggest issue with we Kenyans is hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
So I am GM in your company A.
Yes.
And I want to apply for MD in company B.
Mm-hmm.
Now you feel aggrieved. I'm not yet a MD in company B, but you're telling me to resign. Now,
because when you're going for an interview.
The law has just been read out to us.
Yeah.
It is upon Jubilee to kick Ruto out by going to the party's registrar. Yet they are always barking at him to leave. It's like me being in your house past 10 p.m. and you keep murmuring to each other in the kitchen, what time is this guy going to leave? Just come up to me and tell me it's time for us to sleep. He'll have to ask you to leave. So Jubilee Party is making noise for nothing. The cards are in their hands.
Okay.
They should just follow the law.
As somebody who has been a party leader and a deputy party leader and a deputy president, and you want to be the next president, should there be no fiber in you that tells you, let me do the right thing? And just save everybody this whole quagmire of back and forth. Jubilee summon me to come explain myself. Oh, Jubilee, take my name to the registrar and tell the registrar I'm no longer. Should I just save all this thing and say, you know what?
Thank you.
I'm gone.
You know, this guy was elected under a Jubilee ticket for a 5-year term.
Yep.
And he's come out clearly and said, I'm not happy with what is happening here. So come the next term. Keyword, next term. I'll pursue with this ticket. Now, telling him to resign and that he shouldn't come in public and complain about things not being good in the Jubilee government is like you telling me, being unhappy in my marriage, I should not go and air my grievances to our parents or to the marriage counselor.
But he has already started.
The Kenyan electorate being the marriage counselor stroke parents in this situation.
But he's already started.
If you're not happy in this marriage...
Complaining is fine.
Yeah.
Complaining is fine, but if you start cohabiting,
divorce. Do not complain about it.
No.
Eddie, if you start cohabiting with somebody else,
he's living in somebody else's house already. This is not about in the next few months I will do this. We're talking about a situation whereby it is happening now.
It's already
He's
ongoing.
not waiting. It's ongoing.
Let's hear the other callers on the line. Peter in Roiro, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Very well. Should Ruto resign?
I think he should. Now that he's seeking the highest office in the land, probably it's time for him to have a change of tack. Historically, we have known Ruto to be either associated with some level of impunity. And we go back all the way to 1992. Now that he's trying to say that he's standing for the rights of the downtrodden, then probably it's high time that he shows that in action. We have an article under Article 150 of the Constitution, which of course provides on the process of removing a deputy president. And if we were to litigate that from a legal standpoint, then you have the challenge of process starting from the Political Parties Act. And what you alluded to earlier now becomes something that comes into play, where the process has to be activated by the registrar of political parties through a fair administrative action process. So unless Jubilee Party activates it, then it becomes now an ethical question. Does he have to wait for the law to act, or does he have to act ethically and do the right thing and resign? So at this point in time, then, because of all those examples you have shown with governors, MCAs, MPs, then the Jubilee Party may be saying, look, it's a few months to the election. Let's just ride it out, focus on the main, goal here of electing now the team leader, as they put it last weekend. And the law and the legal ramifications can take, the process after the August election is over.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Let's hear from Brian. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
You people are confusing two things between an MP and a deputy president.
Uh-huh.
For MP, they are bound to lose their seats.
Mm-hmm.
For deputy president, on the removal of the deputy president on Article 150, nowhere is saying when you leave a political party, you will lose your seat.
Mm-hmm.
Number one. Number two, you're also assuming the deputy president is still a member of Jubilee Party, the party.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way he can be endorsed by UDA if he's still in Jubilee.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, in the old constitution, there's a problem with this constitution. For purpose of the next general election, in the old constitution, parliament used to be dissolved.
Yes.
To allow people, you cannot be in a party perpetually. But these people are not doing this for the purpose of this term. Since parliament will not be dissolved, it has its own calendar, there's no window. There's a lacuna in law. At what point, for the purpose of the next election,
shall one hop from one party to the next?
Shall one hop to another party? Because it has to be there. You cannot be locked in a party forever. Number three, those parties, they're supposed to be democratic. They're even by law, they're supposed to hold regular elections.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen parties surviving with interim officials forever. So already, those people who are supposed to discipline these ones are not legally in office to begin with.
Okay.
And the law is also clear.
So bottom line,
Yes.
in all this clarity of law that you have, and we
Yes.
could argue back and forth about removal of the deputy president and removal of MP, not in any of those
Yes.
cases that does it mention a party, but in the political party's law, it says if a party nominated you, then you leave the office, then you also
So
leave
for
other.
MP it says, if you leave the party that sponsor, it's expressed in law. In the constitution also, not just at the political parties. That for MP is expressed. In the process of removing a person from an MP, those if it's undischarged bankrupt, convicted for more than 6 months, if you leave the political party that sponsor, it's in the law. So for deputy president, leaving a political party
is not one of the conditions.
Yes.
Okay. But one of the qualifications for being a deputy president is being electable as an MP. Anyway, Brian, let's continue that conversation later. Yegon in Nandi, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Eric, City, and Du.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yesterday, City told us when he was explaining that guy who had Akipanda, that Munyonge hana haki. Now, when it comes to these political parties, I've heard Brian saying what I wanted to say, that for the removal of the deputy president as per Constitution 2010, there is no whereby where it is indicated that when somebody moves from another party to another party. Now, there is still another confusion here, that UDA was formerly known as PDR and is still in Jubilee coalition. As we speak today, the Jubilee coalition is still live. The president has not yet broken any agreement between those who formed the Jubilee coalition or the other parties, and he has
The National Delegates Conference of Jubilee said that all pre-existing agreements were now null and void.
But did they sign? Have they deposited with the registrar of the party?
Now that's where the technicals come in, but they've said it.
Yes. Now then they are in a another coalition, and still in another coalition. So if it means the deputy president resigning, even the president should start by leading by an example.
And
because the law says that you cannot belong to two coalitions.
So
Yes.
So you advocate that he also should resign?
He should also resign.
So I'll ask you, if you would argue that the NDC of Jubilee has declared that previous coalition agreements have ceased and they shall enter into a new coalition with Azimio, If you say that they have not deposited the one of previous coalitions have seized, do you know whether they've deposited the one for Azimio?
Now that's why I'm saying all these are just a noise from the guys like Namurate. They are just speaking and disturbing us, the fourth as the Wanyonge now. We are now suffering with a lot of thoughts, thinking about something.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. These are matters that just give you that headache. You're like, okay, so, and that's why we say there's a technical and there's the issue of integrity, which is just knowing the right thing and doing the right thing.
You see, the question is who isn't lying, who isn't backstabbing, who isn't being hypocritical.
Who determines what is right, what is not right?
We have the Constitution, and even that one, those who know will tell you there's a lacuna here, there's a vagueness here, there's this here. You know, bottom line is people are hungry, they're suffering, poverty is increasing, and those who are in leadership who can change this seem to have completely lost touch with this reality.
Indeed. Time for us to say thank you and goodbye to the audience on KTN Home who've been watching us since the top of the hour. But the conversations continue on SpiceFM, SpiceFM KE. We are live streaming the show on YouTube. We are also live on Facebook. Our page is SpiceFM KE. And also, you can join the conversations on Twitter, SpiceFM KE, on Instagram as well, SpiceFM KE, or tune to SpiceFM around the country, Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Nyeri, and Malindi. A very good morning to you. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The recently appointed Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, Marjan Hussein Marjan, will be sworn into office today. After the oath-taking ceremony to be conducted at the Supreme Court building, Marjan will lead the IEBC Secretariat, the professional body which manages the day-to-day running of the Commission and which is expected to play a major role in the upcoming August elections. Marjan will become the substantive CEO, having acted in the position since the bitter exit of former Chief Executive Ezra Chiloba after the 2017 general election. Chiloba has since been appointed the Director General of the Communications Authority of Kenya. IEBC says that Marjan trumps 5 others who had been shortlisted and interviewed for the position to become the new CEO. Meanwhile, as we approach the August 9th general elections, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission now says it does not have funds in the eventuality of a runoff in the August elections. Speaking following a consultative meeting with religious leaders, Chairman Wafula Chebukati, however, stated that the Commission is ready to manage the general elections. He also said that civic education has not been as widespread this time round due to budgetary constraints. He appealed to stakeholders to assist where they can to enable IEBC to achieve its constitutional mandate during the August elections. Now, former Kenya Medical Training College chairperson Professor Philip Kaloki has exuded confidence that he was the best bet to take over from the incumbent and law professor Kivutha Kibwana in the race for Makueni governorship. Kaloki will be touting his previous development track record as MP of the larger Kibwezi constituency, which is out between 2007 to 2013, said he will emulate on his predecessor Kibwana in a bid to discharge services to the people. He further lauded Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka for sacrificing his presidential ambitions to support Raila Odinga during the forthcoming August elections. And a new plant with a capacity of processing 2,000 tons of oxygen per day is set to be commissioned at the Nakuru Level 5 Teaching and Referral Hospital. The facility, which will supplement the old 1,200 tons capacity per day plant at the hospital, which is jointly run under the public-private partnership by Hewatel Limited and the devolved units administration, will be operational by end of June this year. Governor Lee Kinyanjui said the Hewatel oxygen processing plant was overwhelmed by a rising demand in the county in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. The referral facility serves Nakuru and more than 5 other neighboring counties including Baringo, Samburu, Kericho, Narok, Nyandarua and Bomet. Now, 3 Kenyan startups have been selected for the 565 million shillings Google for Startups Accelerator Africa Class 7. The 3 Fleet Simplify, Hydro IQ, and Sokiba are among 15 startups selected from thousands of applications who will work with Google mentors and facilitators to learn best practices on a range of topics including artificial intelligence, big data, organizational culture, growth strategies, and more under the 3-month mentorship program beginning this month. The 15 startups, which are developing solutions in areas such as healthcare, education, fleet management, logistics, automation, and recruiting, are drawn from 7 countries in the continent. Now, Kenya has voted for the adoption of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2625 of 2022, extending the mandate United Nations mission in South Sudan for a period of 1 year until 15th of March 2023. Under this mandate, UNMISS will continue to advance the 3-year strategic vision to prevent a return to civil war in South Sudan, build durable peace at the local and national levels, and to support inclusive and accountable governance and free, fair, and peaceful elections. It will also provide technical assistance, capacity building, and logistical support to strengthen protection of civilians, implementation of the revitalized agreement and the peace process, and monitoring, investigating, and reporting on violations of human rights. And Ukraine has praised the courage of 3 European leaders who made a long, hazardous journey by rail from Poland to Kyiv in a show of support as the city came under further Russian attack. The Prime Ministers of Poland, Slovenia, and the Czech Republic met Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky Tuesday as a curfew began in Kyiv. Afterwards, the Czech leader told Ukrainians that they are not alone. The group are the first Western leaders to visit Ukraine since Russia invaded. Poland's Prime Minister said the Europe would never be the same if it lost Ukraine. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we'll be out of traffic hour soon. We're still looking at some of it on Mombasa Road this morning, but nothing too crazy. Jogo Road, looking at that industrial area circuit. We're looking at Lunga Lunga, some traffic here as well. Also feeding off of Enterprise Road, but nothing too bad. Langata Road, a lot better. Rilo Dinga Way getting towards the roundabout at the city mortuaries where you see a little bit of a hiccup. But then getting into the CBD coming from east, west, north and south where we see the most. Looking at traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway today. And it's really heavy coming off Kiambu Road as well. What else are we looking at? Coming out of Westlands, that's going to be there for some time. And that proper traffic coming off of Chiromo. So let's see what it looks like in about half an hour or so. We should be all right, though. It hasn't been that crazy of a day. Let's talk on SpiceFM. KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up,
7 minutes
not
after
down.
9. This is Kenya's
This
biggest
is
conversation.
The Situation Room.
It's the Situation Room, the final hour of the show this morning, and we will hear the day's proverb.
Proverb of the day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya.
Do not feed your donkey only when you need to ride it.
Do not feed your donkey only when you need to ride it. Okay.
Treat your donkey well, man.
Okay. Do not feed on your donkey at all.
Well, that actually is the heart of the matter, isn't it? Even if you're going, put it this way, even if you're going to feed on your donkey, feed it.
Kula.
Yes.
Ukitaka kula,
Let the donkey eat. Let the donkey be well fed. So that if you're thinking of eating it, you're eating a well-fed donkey.
Indeed. You also benefit.
You also benefit.
Yes.
Today's proverb is from the Sudan.
Yes, it is.
Proverb of the day, brought to you by Communications Authority of Kenya. Teach your kids about online threats and how to stay safe online by reporting incidences of internet misuse to ke-cirt.go.ke or call 0703 042 700.
All right, so 9 after 9. The conversation continues. Very many comments coming in on social media and very many calls that we were not able to pick in the previous hour because this is a wide conversation. Look, there is law on one beat that says one thing. There's law on the other that says another thing. There's law that says qualifying and disqualifying you from something to the other. Look, it's the same thing that we talked about. What qualifies one to be a member of parliament versus what qualifies one to be an MCA. Remember?
I recall.
Whether if you are an MCA and you want to vie as an MP.
What ought you to do?
Yes. Must you first resign as an
Relinquish
MCA?
that particular position.
Relinquish MCA, then you go to vie for MP. Why does it not apply for the other political party, the other positions?
Yes.
And we go to a point where, like, okay, if the qualification for member of parliament is this, and the other, and qualification for a member of the county assembly is this, and the other, those are two levels of government. So it was seeming to apply across. You cannot be a member of both two assemblies at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But that particular bit of the law was only talking of if you want to be a member of the National Assembly. If you want to go to the national legislature, you cannot be in the national legislature while you are in the county legislature. Yeah. But you can be an MCA and vie to be governor.
Yes. Also.
Or you can be, same thing. You cannot be an MP and vie to be all those issues. Similar things are happening here. In terms of even the constitution, yes, what disqualifies one, what creates a vacancy in the office of a member of parliament, one of those is if, having been elected to parliament as a member of a political party, the member resigns from that party or is deemed to have resigned from the party as determined in accordance with legislation contemplated in Clause 2, which is now the Political Parties Act. Okay? The one that has said, you are deemed to have left the party if you blah, 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 blah. If that happens, then your position as a member of parliament is declared vacant. But you remember the process. You are deemed to have started openly campaigning for the formation of a new party, openly forming a new party, openly campaigning for another party.
Well in
advance. And then the process kicks in. The party shall call you, shall give you your due process. And then from there, we shall notify the registrar. And then the registrar shall also review and see whether due process was followed. And if the registrar is satisfied, then the registrar shall notify the member that you have left the party, and if the member has left the party, the registrar shall then inform the speaker, then the speaker then shall now declare the seat vacant.
Stir the pot a little bit and figure out, Eric, there is a situation where you want to vie for a position. In many of our parties, some of the individuals who probably hold that position also hold positions within the party.
Yes.
So now, you tell me, when you surrender yourself to the mechanisms of a party, and there are people with whom you're competing for the same position, what do you think is going to happen to you? How do you think this thing is going to be treated? With fairness? With honesty? It's a minefield. And even just navigating through it is a minefield. But then, let's look at what ought to be done and the practice. Very rarely do politicians resign in this country. Very rarely. And when they do, there's a clear path open to them. The time when we saw the largest resignations was when multipartyism came into being. People who had been in KANU, people resigned. Ministers resigned. People left in large numbers. There had been resignations before. We'd had vice presidents resigning, not one, two. Jaramogi, Murumbi, we had seen it happening, but Karanja, of course. Thank you, sir. But all of a sudden, this mass exodus was seen. But they were going towards something that would favor them better. there were other political parties that had been formed, and they were looking for some change. Now, let's fast forward to this present day and age. How has that morphed? Do you see people resigning?
And why?
On account of disagreement with the party that sponsored them?
For whatever reason.
Hardly.
Why don't they resign?
So we saw Raila resigning from Ford Kenya.
Yes, we did.
Right?
Yes.
And going into NDP.
Mm.
Because there was a disagreement within Ford Kenya.
Mm.
Okay, that is one. Others that we've seen, resignations because somebody is moving into a political party.
I'm trying to say that they exist.
But
they are few and far between.
Yeah.
Why?
Most movements are quiet. You only hear somebody is here. As for the resignation, you don't actually quite hear it. So you're not really sure at what point they actually moved. You only know that they used to be associated with this party, but now they are associated with this party. As for them having resigned, that information is very rare in the public domain.
What you saw then, in terms of reasons as to why people don't resign, and I'm asking the question why, is that people want to hold on to the personal to the personal benefits of remaining in that position. We saw it then, we see it now, we see it today, even with what has started this conversation. That there's no chance in hell that somebody is going to relinquish that position because they see the benefits of remaining just there. You can't tell me that the deputy president is not going to resign because Jubilee as a party has not formally told him, well, you know, this and this and this has happened. And as a result of that, we are then going to ask that you leave this position.
Or because the law has not expressly, the Constitution has expressly said.
We are going to step in and then now do what the law or the Constitution ought to do. And that's the reason why he hasn't. Absolutely not. He hasn't resigned because it is clear that he also sees the benefits that he can continue to glean from being in this position. Is it the honorable and right thing to do? Absolutely. Should he say, this thing is no longer serving me? The things that I said that I was going to do while being in this position, I have not been able to do because of 1, 2, 3. And on the basis of that, I then relinquish this position and I say, thank you very much, goodbye. That is what ought to happen. That is what ought to happen. We can dance around it all day long. We can start very early in the morning, but that's what actually should happen.
Do you think that any politician in the Kenyan political sphere, not knowing what the future holds for them, but are keenly cognizant of what they have in the present, would resign and take themselves into the vagaries of the future? Really? You see, the morality of this becomes a subject of discussion after the fact. And the fact is, we do not have a culture where people resign on matters of principle because those principles don't exist.
It doesn't make it right.
It can never make it right.
Because it is the practice, because it is the norm, because it is what people have been doing for the longest time, because people are unaware of their future should they resign, does not mean that them staying in that position makes the action, or in this case, inaction, right.
If we look at the principles of application of the law, so yes, the Constitution expressly speaks about a member of parliament joining another political party or an independent member of parliament joining a political party, that person loses the seat. Okay? What's the principle? That principle is on leadership. It should apply across all the other elective positions. We cannot say that, because the Constitution is silent on the president, so the president is allowed. You were elected in Jubilee, you can keep hopping from one party to another for as long as you are, continue serving. Come on. The principle applies. And that's why I was coming back to the point of the problem starts from the people. Because we are the people who write these laws. We are the people who sit back and enforce the laws in very many ways. If we don't have a problem, with, okay, yeah, you are in one party, so yes, yeah, you are. So we've given examples here. MPs who are now championing for UDA were elected on a Jubilee ticket. And they've been there campaigning for UDA.
And they're still on that Jubilee ticket.
And they're still on the Jubilee ticket. But because they know the technical journey of removing me is a long one.
They know.
I dare you. Because they wrote the law.
They know.
But the people, we the people whom they're coming to talk to on a daily basis, we sit back and we cheer and we have no problem. Okay, so you are a Jubilee guy. Sisi Jubilee tumetoka hiyo Jubilee tumeenda. We.
But you see what
tumetoka Jubilee tumeenda UDA. Tumetoka Ford Kenya tumeenda.
You know the discussion that one hears rearing its head every once in a while about political parties, and one Senator Isaac Maura brought this up: political parties being based on ideological understandings. Okay, that is an excellent thought, but what is it that we, the voter in this country, understand as ideological? See, ideology is very good if you can show how an ideology has brought about change, how it has translated into action that people can relate to. But what constitutes ideology is these vague promises that all politicians like making. Telling you that they're going to do what the government mechanism is supposed to provide for anyway. And very rarely do you hear them talk about how they are going to do it. It's blanket statements. This will be done, this will be done, this will be done. Now, much as it gets tiresome, and in my mind, the general public hears it and figures, yeah, we've heard that before.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
You tell us something. Those are good. Okay, yeah, you've said the right things. So let's tell us now then.
Precisely. If you look at statistics, 38% of the people who vote in this country don't vote for people, they vote for the parties. That's what they do. So many parties, depending on the strength that they have in the areas where they are strongest, have a certain guarantee of votes, irrespective of who it is that is in that party. Now, the other percentage is what now people struggle for and struggle with. And the issues that people consider, in my mind, are then now those specific issues that pertain to either constituency or a ward. And not that you've done something about it, but the feeling that you are someone who resonates with it. The word ground is at the heart of this discussion. People feel this person understands the ground. Somebody they can identify with. You start there. It doesn't guarantee you, but it starts there. If you're someone who people can't identify with and someone who understands the ground, you don't have a chance in hell.
But who should show? This is the thing. Those who have the platform and the position. Okay, so it's okay. Let us say, yes, that is how Kenyans are, that this is what they've been accepting of, etc., etc. Now, those who have the position and platform, right, to be able to sway this kind of thinking, to be able to have a turnaround and say, all right, guys, this is how people are, and we want things to get better, assuming that there are people who should be the one then to now show how it ought to be. When you're in a position where things are going wrong and you are in that position whereby you have an opportunity to say, if the things that you've been telling people all this time, that you want to change the country, you want to bring about opportunity, etc., you want to do things right because you've seen things go down the rabbit hole all this time. Who should be the one who should lead by example and start to maybe shift things and show people this is actually what we ought to do? Who?
Actually, it's a good question you ask, and I doubt if I can provide a direct answer. But what I can say is this. Something else is added to that particular mix. If you look at our politics and the way our politicians go about it, one of the things they show that they are better is not by saying how good they are going to be or what they're going to do, but telling how bad that other person is.
Yes.
Okay? How useless that other person is. Or they will look for technicalities of barring those people. If you look at someone like Okoh, and his idea was to get William Ruto and Raila Odinga barred. He himself presented himself as a presidential candidate. So if you bar these two, then of course he stands a better chance. If you listen to the rantings and ravings of politicians right now, the thing that they spend a lot of energy on is trying to tell you, again, I'm using my own terms, how useless this other candidate who's vying for that same position is. Now the question is, how does that help me?
It doesn't. What would help, what would help you, what would help the other, what would help many other Kenyans is if, again, let's just go with William Ruto right now. He has been saying certain things in a certain manner for the last easily 12 months, right? And has been saying this is the way the country ought to go. These are the things we've seen going wrong, etc. Meanwhile, you are standing on a premise that is fallacious. Because the people who brought you in and gave you that position did that with certain elements and factors remaining constant. Now, that constant has been removed. You then say, you know what? Let me then lead by example. One, this thing that was working before and I have seen that we were going in the opposite direction is no longer working. So let me step down and say, because I really want to be able to fight for you Kenyans, let me now use another vehicle to do it.
Let me get out.
That's it.
Let's hear what callers are saying. Janet.
Morning.
Good morning, Janet. It would be better if we could hear you. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
How is everyone?
Good morning.
We're
Hello?
all well.
Oh, okay. So, these politicians are giving us a splitting headache daily, yeah? Because what we are going through is more of political chameleon. You know, when things suit you, then that is when everyone should follow you. Number one, there was this article, I think it was February this year, and it was the Ruto's 37-day dilemma. And what Anderito said was that the Constitution is silent on whether Ruto remains DP after resigning Jubilee.
Yep.
Now, what baffles me is you cannot be in this Jubilee, yet when you are campaigning, you are trying to say how Jubilee has failed. That doesn't make sense to me. And also, when you listen to someone like Ndwale, you know, he was telling people that at the end of the day, we are not going to allow Ruto to step aside. And he even said that, for those of us who think he will, then they should just forget about the whole thing. It doesn't make sense why MCAs and the MPs and even most of the CSs that we are seeing, they are resigning to be governors. So for DP,
Same
like
principle
what,
should apply.
Exactly. It's like what today's proverb. You know, you don't feed a donkey only when you want to ride it.
Yep.
And it applies to DP. It's as if this whole thing of power has gotten into him that when he leaves Jubilee, he's no longer the DP. But at the end of the day, in a few months to come, he's not going to be the DP. He wants to be the president.
Yep.
So why does it only apply to their juniors, the MCAs and all those,
and not
him?
Yeah. Thank you, Janet. Made the point.
Yeah. Thank you.
Asante sana. Mutwiri in Australia.
Yes.
Good morning. Mzuri sana, habari yako?
Good morning. Mzuri sana. Great conversation.
Thank
I
you.
think you hit the nail on the head before, Latiff, when you talked about we the people have to decide. So it goes back to the value system, right? So, before you set a framework, you've got your value system. And then you go to the framework, which is our constitution.
Yep.
So our constitution is not prescriptive. So you cannot expect us to behave in a certain way, that the constitution does not prescribe because our values are not aligned. You see, so if our value system was high, where you feel like I have to resign because now I don't belong to this party and whatnot.
Yep.
Then we have to make the constitution very prescriptive. The constitution then becomes like a policy or a procedure.
Yeah.
Then that shows there's a gap. Yep. So it shows there's a gap in the constitution. You can build another control and say parties should have a constitution, and the constitution should say that if you're going or gunning for another party or vying within another party, then we will disband you, and then you have to resign. But then that also has to align to the constitution, right?
Yep.
So I think the problem is with the constitution. There's a gap there because our value system, when you talk about the spirit of the law, That's relying on ethics,
Yes.
relying on the value system, relying on conscience, relying on things maybe, there's a deficit.
Very true. It's the
So-
spirit.
so-
If we keep arguing on the letter, the letter does not explicitly say that he should, because you see the letter also says there's a procedure to be followed, and that procedure. Look, the spirit is what was the reason why the members of parliament are required to lose their positions if they move from one party to another? It applies across the board.
And I think, absolutely correct. And I think there was a gap there. So someone identified a gap when they were putting together this constitution. And they said, we need to address this issue. So they did not envisage a deputy president going against the president. So, because that now is an issue, then we have to be prescriptive. Instead of thinking about BBI, then we have to prescribe that.
Yeah.
You see? So those are the gaps we need to identify. Until we're mature enough, then we can say, okay, we don't actually need this in the framework. We don't need this in the framework because, people will follow that,
That's true.
It becomes like something you just do,
That's true, Mutweri. We thank you very much for calling.
Right or wrong.
In which part of Australia are you?
I'm in Sydney.
Okay.
Sydney. Yeah, listening to you as I work, but I'll finish work soon.
You'll be leaving work shortly.
Shortly, yeah.
Have a good afternoon and good evening then.
Thank you.
Asante. Julius in Mombasa.
Morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
Julius.
morning. I've been following you guys for the longest time.
Karibu sana. And asante for following for the longest time.
No, you people have a good show. You're doing a good job.
Asante.
And I pray one day you'll be paid for that.
Yes.
Now, hii kiti ya president is like two men in a matatu sitting opposite. Then there's a pregnant lady who's standing up. So one has to give the lady the seat.
Yep.
So who will decide first before the other?
They size each other up.
Exactly. But they need Cipladon, ile dawa ya kichwa. No, it's true because these guys are pushing too much. They're giving us ideas and everything that they've been in government for a long time, but they've done nothing apart from story.
Consider that these two fellows in the matatu may look at the lady and say she's strong enough. Let her just continue standing.
But she's pregnant.
Yep.
And they both have wives in their houses.
True.
So who is a gentleman enough to actually accept defeat and stand up and say, Mama, kalia kiti yangu?
The one who has strong values.
Exactly. Thank you.
God
bless you guys.
Asante sana, Julius. Let's hear from Zachary before we take a quick break. Zachary, good morning.
Oh, good morning, people.
How you doing?
Morning.
Oh, I'm happy. I'm fine. I'm listening just as usual. I'm also part of the longest listeners. And very quickly, let me say this, yeah? And actually, I hope everyone is there is okay.
Yes, sir.
Remember, I gave you the story of Kemuru and Kinyedo. Kinyedo, one now, who has a kid? It is Kinyedo, Kemuru, you know?
Yes.
One, I'm happy that...
And again, for those who missed it, who is Kinyedo and what is Kinyedo and what is Kinguru?
Do I repeat the story again?
Yeah, quickly. Summarize it.
Let me paraphrase it. There was this woman who gave birth to one kid first and then the other, in the quick succession, yeah? And we were brought up that, like me, I was brought up by, generally, that time we never had nannies, yeah?
It's your older siblings.
So the older kid is made to care for the younger kid, yeah?
Yes.
And because of both of you were gotten in quick succession, both of you are young, yeah? So this woman in our mountain area gave birth to Kinyedo. I think he was the oldest. And then later on, very quickly, Kinyedo, yeah? And of course, she would go to the shamba. Kinyedo look after Kemuru, yeah? But then both of them are kids. So when she would come back, she would find that Kemuru is not where to be seen. And she would ask Kinyedo, where is the baby? Okay? Kenyatta would say, "Oh, I don't know where he is." And then he would also go and look for him. Then in the process of looking for Kemuru, he would find Kenyatta. Oh, where Kemuru? Where is the whatever? So Kemuru Mwana is the kid. Yeah?
Yes.
And they kept on blaming the other. Yeah? So
Yes.
this, what Uhuru and Ruto have done is placing themselves in the shoes of Kenyatta and Kemuru. And let me say this, yeah.
And the baby is Kenya.
The baby is Kenya.
Okay.
Let me say this. Let me say this very quickly. Both of these guys need each other.
They do what?
So that when we look at the
need.
right now, Eric, let me tell you that the people are having problems. Yeah. Uhuru needs Ruto so that he can. Oh, it is my deputy who never agreed to what I said. Ruto also needs Uhuru to be teaching us or telling us lies. It is Uhuru who denied me the chance to work for it. So very quickly, let me say this. Yeah. Ruto should have decided on conscience. Good whatever you are calling there. Yeah. He should have resigned and told, oh, yes, that guy, we were excellent together, but now, like he rather did, yeah. May I give me a chance to tell my Kenya people that they should read history and they should remember the guy called Moak, if you know, the one that I was referring you there. Let them understand, let them read about him, and I'm working on a paper, yeah? And I'm going to DM it to you people. Maybe, probably, if you feel it is worthwhile, you can discuss it there and probably enlighten anyone there.
Please do when it's ready.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to DM it to you people. I'm going to make it attention to the situation room.
Asante. Thank you, Zachary.
My heart is beating. And you guys have a nice day. Have a nice day, guys.
You too. 25 to 10. Let's take a quick break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I hope you don't believe that Hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kanu, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Madare, presidential tour. Yeah? And of course, he went to this place and he introduced himself. So one of the enemies says, oh, kuna jina kama yangu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Going to get really warm across the nation. 29 will be the high today in Kenya. Highs of just that, lows of 16. Mostly sunny conditions currently at 23. We'll see temperatures rise to highs of 29 in Nakuru. It's mostly sunny currently at 21. 19 and sunny as well in Nyeri. Highs of 30 today. 28 will be the high in Eldoret. It's sunny at 19 and we'll see lows of 13 today. 30 degrees is what it is in Mombasa right now. Highs of 33 and lows of 26, while we're looking at 29 in Malindi. Highs of 31 today. Mostly sunny conditions at 27 in Kisumu. Highs of 30 and lows of 20, while in Kakamega it's sunny at 26. It'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 18. Partly sunny conditions at 23 in Kampala. Highs of 28. We'll see highs of 33 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam. And it's 13 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg. Highs of 20 and lows of 13, while Lagos still raining at 27. We'll see highs of 32. Rain showers also continuing in Kinshasa at 23, highs of 32 today. 13 degrees and sunny out in Beijing, going to highs of 14 going into early evening and lows of 2. It's mostly sunny at 8 in Paris, highs of 20. We'll see highs of 13 in London, where it's cloudy at 9. And we'll round things off in the Big Apple, where it's 12 degrees and mostly cloudy still Tuesday night. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 16 and lows of 7.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Coming out of traffic hour, most parts, folks, the bypass is still looking pretty good. And on the thicker superhighway, where we've seen insane amounts of traffic earlier, that is reducing quite some. Kiambu Road also still heavy as you get to the Muthaiga Square. But looking at the eastern part of the city, Juja Road, Kangunda Road, and Manyanja Road, connecting with North Airport and then Outer Ring. Not much of an issue there. Traffic seems to have reduced significantly. Coming out of Westerns, we'll still see a little bit of that here and there, but nothing too backbreaking. Right. Through the morning, let's see what it looks like. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Everything nice. All right. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings to go.
Done right.
Indeed, quite some. Heidi says, yes. In the question to whether the deputy president should resign now that he's no longer in Jubilee, on whose ticket he was elected as DP. Yes, because he claims the government he's working for has failed the people and has failed him. And why should you be with them if he's not in the same vision, mission and goals anymore? If their partnership and friendship has failed, then he won't deliver to Kenyans as he should. Resign and continue campaigning. Resign, continue campaigning, because you've said, look, this thing has failed me, so why would you want to continue with something that has failed? That's the question. All right, Don says, the problem is how to hold our political leaders accountable, especially the deputy president. There is a big problem with Kenya, the Kenyan constitution. What has happened is the biggest constitutional fraud practiced by UDA MPs and Ruto. Let's not mince our words. Ruto is wrong. MPs are wrong. It's the biggest fraud. ×3. His followers who decamped from other parties should also resign, if they're honest, and respect the rule of law that they're talking about. Maigwa says, everything in Kenya is done not in accordance with the constitution. The president is not in Jubilee, but Azimio, he says. The DP too is not in Jubilee. But years back, Maraga said the parliament ought to be dissolved. In short, everybody is in office illegally.
I come back to the issue. The biggest issue at the altar here is Chapter 6 of Kenya's Constitution.
The watered down Chapter 6 of the Kenyan
Leadership
Constitution.
and integrity. And it even goes outside of the Constitution to that first part of the Constitution, the preamble, we the people. We the people. If we don't have values, then what are we talking about? Because if we had values, then we would basically be applying pressure on all these people to resign. You come back here and if I did not elect you on the party, if it is the party that I elected, I just went to the ballot, I wanted Uhuru, so I just ticked red. I wanted Raila, I just ticked orange. I wanted Kalonzo, I just ticked blue. If that is what I did, it starts from there. So this guy who's coming back to you on Jubilee, he's left Jubilee, now he's in URP, he's in UDA, he's left Jubilee, now he's in Chama cha Kazi, Chama cha Ng'ombe, Chama cha Ubuntu, Chama cha whatever, PA, whatever. You have no connection because you have no connection with Jubilee anyway, you yourself. You yourself are not. You never voted for this person in Jubilee because you were in Jubilee yourself. So it doesn't really matter. A guy has left Jubilee. Okay. He is now in what? UDA. Okay. I am not in any of them anyway.
You know, the thing that stands out to me is that people who vote in this country, that is us, we really don't care about all these things we're discussing. Not really. We care about the individual. If he has a party, then we support that party because that individual is in that party.
Yep.
Should that person change and go to another party, it may take a little adjusting, but we will then support that party because we support this particular individual. As for the morality of it, we do have morals and we do have standards, but we tend to talk about them more than live them. we're willing to have a discussion around it. But when it comes to putting your foot down and taking a stand, that is something that we seem unwilling to do. Now, in reality, if I stop pontificating on the wheretofores of the Constitution and the law and what have you, when you change, resign, for heaven's sake, just leave the damn thing and take a different position. But this chameleon position where you are this, and then you are that, and then you're not this, and then you're certainly not that. Now, what you then do is you introduce a certain vagueness in our politics, which is not just dangerous, it's actually deadly.
Because what you're doing is you're mixing things. You're using a recipe for cake to cook chili.
You're
It can't
confusing
work.
things. It's not mixing. You're confusing
completely,
things.
because here you are out of your mouth saying one thing about how you want to change the trajectory of the development of the country. But here you are also enjoying from the benefits that an office upon which the people elected you sits. You can't do that. That's what I'm saying. Make a clean break. If anything, folks will honor you because you stood by your word. But here you are still remaining in a position because you see the benefits that you get from that position. But you're talking out the other end of your mouth.
Yep.
Why? You are saying this administration, which you, until a certain point, were a part of, has failed. But here you are still enjoying the perks of that administration while your foot is already out the door. Where are you? But then you're asking Kenyans to consider you to lead the nation, whereby you can't even decide where you are.
But you see, the point is that if you look at the support base of most politicians, they don't really care whether that person lies through their teeth, through their eyes, through their nose, through their ears. They don't actually care. Why this person represents their person and the leadership that they want and they have. Now, there needs to be a breaking point. The breaking point usually is you understand that supporting this person will never get you what you want. Never. When I say never, I mean you have this ideal, and that's why even the supporters don't support because they love you. No, they support you because they believe your leadership will bring them something. Now, when it is clear that it isn't going to, that's when you part ways. And I dare say we are getting to that precipice right now politically. You cannot keep telling people all these things that are supposed to be bright and shiny, and they have the reality, the stark naked reality of poverty and difficulty that they face on a daily basis. The two will be in conflict. And the reality of the situation will actually win. Because they'll realize, no. I'm hearing this, but I'm living this. I'm hearing this, and I'm living this.
There's a difference.
There's a problem here. Now, the threshold where someone will say, actually, I've had enough of this, I'm not doing anything. You have a rally, no one attends because they figure, no, you talk to yourself if you want, we're tired. I can't tell when that will happen. But what I do know is that the circumstances that Kenyans find themselves in will provide that perfect opportunity for these two things to clash. These two opposing value systems where some politicians seem to believe that they can lie through every orifice that they have, and yet people will just absorb it and take it. No. That reality that they're trying to ram down the throats of people is going to collide with the reality that the Mwananchi is living with. Because it's getting, even if you're pretending it isn't so, unfortunately it is getting so. It's getting to be so.
We're getting to that point. I'm not really sure how we shall get to that point, though. Because you see...
Is someone ever really sure how people get there?
You see, CT,
yes,
this politician that you're talking about is also a living creature.
He is.
Because he's a living creature, then he's also able to read the signs and adjust. He's able to read the signs and adapt to the conditions.
Eric, they don't.
All the time, people are changing and the need is still the same. People's needs are there. And the politician will just keep adjusting and saying, so these are the needs, okay. These are the needs, okay. These are the needs, okay. So at some point, one politician will fall off the radar. That politician will re-emerge at a later point. People will leave politician A because they feel politician A is just nonsensical. Telling me crap, move to politician B. Because politician B will come and tell them how politician A is nonsense. And we'll agree and we'll resonate because, yes, we all agree that A is bad. So we go for B. B will not deliver. A will come back and tell us, you see? See?
I told you.
I, at least with me, I was able to tell you my truth. And then people will be, at least this guy was honest. We'll just keep switching back and forth. Let's hear from Brian in Nakuru. Brian.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yesterday we had a spicy day. We had a yellow children.
Yes,
At Malindi.
roses were yellow.
The place looked like Lianto.
Uh-huh.
So, and the prices of sunflower oil and the oil is still going up, but they're not complaining. So, this guy has already left the party. He's going to start his own gospel. And it's not that he did it right now. He did it 5 years ago. He did a handshake. And the president said, these guys are there just hopping around, dishing out money. And we should work and for time. Now time for politics is here. We cannot postpone this thing. He has already shifted. We knew where his state and alliance is. And those people, we have governors who have moved with them. The issue of them resigning right now beats the logic because they have been eating salary all along. So why should they resign right now?
So let them continue.
Let them continue and let them finish the term. Luckily, as we talk today, we are going to have in the evening Arsenal versus Liverpool.
Okay.
At around 11. And
Thank you, Brian. Asante, 0719012600. We are talking about the politicians, many of whom are now professing and campaigning for different political parties rather than those that sent them to positions of leadership.
Eric, here's the question. I mean, when do people get to this? When's the boiling point? The thing is, no one actually knows. You see, habit is something people create until, we call it habit because traits become normal. And so it's normalcy.
Yeah.
When leaders get to the point where they take the electorate for granted, that seems to be the norm. And that's why they can say these outlandish things they keep saying, and which they know full well they have no intention, no plan whatsoever of fulfilling. And somehow they've made themselves believe that that's what people want to hear. Now, I am saying that I don't know the time. And usually when people get fed up, the politicians is just as shocked. Because, and I'm saying this particular electoral process we have, people are going to get some shocks. That's what I'm saying. And I'm going to say that people who seem to have taken their backyards for granted and assume the backyard will go with whatever they say, they're in for some surprises.
No waves.
This time, that wave is something you will pray for, but you may not get. And there'll be changes. And why am I saying this? There are few places in this country where the so-called local support seems to be intact. And you can tell it's intact when you don't have other bodies within that particular sphere who also have political might.
I'll tell you what, City.
Tell me.
The politician has already read that.
These politicians?
Yes.
Please, stop giving them too much credit.
Why?
These guys aren't that bright.
No, they have. Why do you think there are so many small political parties? It's because they already know this one, the wave. Forget the wave. You will find, for example, in Mount Kenya, predominantly Jubilee in 2017, predominantly TNA in 2013. Now there are all these small emerging parties. Why? Because they know the wave of one party
Swept everything.
that was carrying everything is no longer going to apply. In Nyanza, the same thing. Those small political parties. In the coast, the same thing. The small political parties. In the Rift, the same thing. It's because the politician has already clearly seen, wave, big party. Psst. I'll come up with mine and call it Chama Chama Shenani. And I'll go to the election with Chama Chama Shenani.
Eric.
URP will not beat me.
You know, Eric, the point you make is a valid one, but you're giving the politicians a little too much credit. These guys are not that bright.
See, do you think they don't
You
see or
underestimate
feel?
the politicians. Oh, no. I don't underestimate them at all. When it comes to self-interest and doing things that will benefit them directly, no one understands it better than they do. I am simply saying this, that self-interest that they seem to be propagating and have propagated, and which is manifesting itself in all these small parties that they're coming up with, I'm saying it will not serve the interest that they think it might serve. That's really what I'm trying to say here. They think they're being clever because they figured, well, you know something. If I have my own little party and I have my little support, I can bargain my way into A, B, C, D, and so forth and so forth.
Yeah.
The problem with that is there are still other people who have bigger parties than you.
Yeah.
And they are the ones who will hold sway and determine what it is.
That's what I'm saying. They have determined that those bigger parties, the new blah, blah, blah story.
It's not the vehicle
It
that
is
they will
not.
use.
Yes. That person with a bigger party will not have a big party because will be very many of us in small parties.
And I'm saying
the
that
person with a bigger party, it'll be big. It will not be the largest party. It'll be a big party. But for that party to continue holding sway, they have to talk to us small parties.
Eric, that happens when you have a region that doesn't have a leader who stands out and has the population. You see, the support of the voting public is what gives these people that position.
But you've just been telling us about other parties. We are talking about one region, for example, that has a leader that has, Nyanza.
Yes.
Smaller parties. Dominant party, ODM. Smaller
Eric,
parties.
Those small parties will go nowhere.
But they have had elected, not party, politician.
I'm
the person
talking
in conversation
party.
here is, no, our conversation, CT, is whether we are giving too much credit
To the politician.
Yes.
or too little credit to the politician.
Yes.
And I'm saying not giving too much credit. I'm just saying this politician is actually very realistic and is sharp and is looking ahead. And they have been able to tell, big party, yes, but I'm also popular. So I can come up with my own small party. How many members of different parties do we have and independents do we have from, for example, Luo Nyanza? How many members of small parties and other parties and independents do we have in Ukambani, where Kalonzo reigns supreme? 3 governors, none of them is from his party. Senators, some are not from his party. Members of parliament, MCAs, not from his party. We have seen it, it's unfolding. Right now, Mount Kenya, those very many small political parties, even with the UDA trying to say that it holds sway in that area, you will still find. And even in 2013, when TNA was a big party, Nyeri governor was from another party called GNU, an entire governor. Mwangi Kionjori was from another party called GNU, despite TNA being like the dominant party. You see? Politician just looks and says, we are going to break this big party story with coming up with all of us having small parties.
You know, what we see happening can be explained in the way you're explaining it, but I am saying this. I am saying the self-preservation nature of most politicians, something they understand, and the self-interest in the propagation of it, that we are seeing being manifested in these many, many small parties. We've seen the manifestation in someone who doesn't get a ticket on a so-called larger party and then goes on to vie on an independent party, where previously, before the law prevented them, moving to another party. Okay, we even looked at the numbers of people who have been able to do that. And I'm done who argued and said, even if it was just one, it tells me that this big political party system has an issue. Now, what I'm saying is this, that all that has been happening, but right now where we are with our politics, we are getting to a point where those big parties have, let me say it clearly, there's one swing that they have right now in this particular election, where big parties will have the sway of determining what is they want. After this election, these coalitions, you see people, genuine coalitions where people get together, that's going to be the norm in this country here. The big parties and what they do, because there is no big party that is going to make promises that they are able to keep. It won't happen. And the disenfranchisement and the disappointment that often follows these things is that fallout and the disenchantment with that particular political party. It doesn't matter which political party it is, because people don't support you without expecting something in return.
Yeah.
And usually, even you, the leader, will not be able to fulfill it.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how hard you try, you won't, because you're promising things that are actually often unrealistic. And the one which are realistic, you are unwilling to tell the people and say, folks, actually what we can actually do is this. What we can't do is this. And to be able to do this, we don't need 5 years. I will do it for 5 years. Somebody else needs to come in and continue with what I had started. Yeah. They never say it.
This is where Ciplodon comes in.
Telling you, because
but also, do not overdose on Ciplodon. Every time you just feel, nasikia sijui aje, Ciplodon.
Sort out this issue.
Not every 5 minutes.
Because the solution is quick. right? But we're talking about paracetamol that works 2 times faster than your normal paracetamol, and it's an effervescent one that you put in some water, and then you should be all right in terms of taking care of symptoms of your headaches and aches and pains associated with cold and flu and fever and backache and period pains. It actually does work. It really does, and we'll sort out those issues really quickly.
Sorry, the 500 mg has
aspartame.
And you said aspartame is what?
It's aspartame. It's what do you want again? It's sweetened
Is
with
it
aspartame.
an active ingredient or just a sweetener?
It's a sweetener.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So
that's why you have the 1,000 that's neutral, so you won't really taste anything. You'll taste that thing.
So the 500 mg is also now, of course, good for kids because kids have issues with medicine. And one of the reasons why they then put aspartame in that one is because 500 mg can be prescribed for a child, and the child will take it and they'll feel,
this is nice.
Tamu sana. City, take us away with the day's proverb.
Right. Don't feed your donkey only when you need to ride it.
Don't feed your donkey only when you need to ride it.
Yes.
Okay. Feed your donkey throughout. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. Join us again tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. through to 10 a.m. We'll be here, Eric, Ndu, and CT. Now until 11 is uninterrupted music. And then from 11, we have DJ Absolute and Yolanda Adams.
Well done. I'll try Mulwa for good measure.
Okay, it's Yolanda Mulwa. Sawa. Have a good day. It's 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.